Okay, we're going to go ahead and call to order the Amador County Office of Education meeting. All of our board members are present. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, do we have any, doesn't look like we have any presentations or recognitions. We'll move on to our employee organizations. I see Miss Angie Lucas here.
Okay, hello. Is it on? Oh, no, it's not scary. Sometimes it's like too much. All right, hello everybody. Tonight I'd like to discuss made via the negotiated agreements following the insurance crisis we face this fall. Our small rural community already encounters staffing challenges stemming from a variety of reasons. Compensation has always been a major factor in attracting and retaining quality, reliable employees, and I fear that the implications of our new reality will only exacerbate this problem. All of the 8 staff members in my classroom, myself included, took a pay cut this month. Some as much as $800. So we're doing the same work and we all are bringing home less. This has impacted morale and will continue to, and will definitely result in vacancies, like my class for sure, and I'm hearing a lot of people talking about leaving. So while we all know and acknowledge that the complex circumstances that led to this situation, that there are complex circumstances, we ask that the board and the cabinet continue to work towards solutions that make all employees whole and a future that we can all believe in. Many people who work in our field are dedicated and invested in our students, but this pay cut will not sustain them. I'd like to acknowledge and appreciate the very successful MOU negotiated for SEEK members that serve students with IEPs. That has resulted in all ESN classrooms staffed with teachers and all necessary DIS positions, except for speech, filled. So that's a successful push that has been, that came forward this past year. While we all come to this work because of the passion of working meaningful jobs and with students that we love, money talks. So just keep that in mind. Let's strive to attract and keep the best by being an employer who people choose first, not that they come to last. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then next we have Miss Hatton.
Good evening. I always forget that. Good evening, Superintendent Critchfield, board, cabinet members, and members of the community. In negotiations, we have reached a couple of tentative agreements related to our summer programs, which will help ensure these programs continue to run smoothly. One concern I would like to raise is the number of positions that have been vacated and not refilled. These positions are already budgeted for, so I'm seeking clarity on why they are not continuing to be funded, and I look forward to working with HR to better understand and address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to public comment on non-agenda items. I don't think we have any comment cards, so we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Do we have any questions or comments on consent? If not, then we would just, okay.
One question. A while back, and I know it was in the other meeting, I asked for some type of revision on the warrants to help distinguish what's annual, what's quarterly, monthly, however, just so that it's more apparent on costs, and if I don't know if there's a way to designate some kind of unforeseen cost that popped up, but just checking to see if there's any updates on that. I know you use a program, so you're kind of locked in with what the program is, and I'm not asking you to change the program, but
So as you probably have seen, we have made some changes already. Working toward the annually, quarterly, monthly. There are some currently that do highlight which ones are. It doesn't stand out as much. You do have to read the text. But I know there are some on here that definitely still don't. Like, for instance, you see all the AT&Ts on the other side or whatever, and it doesn't say monthly. So we could do better on that and basically at least add notes when those come through what they are. Would that satisfy the request?
Yeah, I think if, we've had many questions about costs and, we've had people talk about how we're going to lose people. So I think we need to show that, we're watching our pennies and nickels as best we can so that we can try to show that our people that we're not wasting money and still losing them.
Sure. At least at better identifying the monthly, quarterly, annual. I think we can definitely, just at least by adding the notes as we're putting them in. But yeah, if there's anything else too beyond that could help, let me know. We'll see.
Yeah, and when I went through it, I couldn't really tell if there's anything that stuck out, and so that's why I thought I'd ask. So if there's a way to, and maybe it's just going to take me sitting down with you or anyone else that wants to figure out, how we can show the public where our costs are, and not, we're not wasting. Hopefully we can show a savings. That we want to make that in big neon light colors, but I think I get what you're saying. So yeah, just as we move forward, let's just see if we can.
Yeah, but if at any point too you'd like to sit down, I'm open to it. We can
Sure.
look through it together.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one question related to that real quick? For example, we have on January 16th, item 60081459 for speech therapy associates that was mentioned. And I love the level of detail that it's showing us, per school or something that seems to be a little more granular. But just out of curiosity, for things like that, for that nearly $70,000, is that monthly or is that more of a quarterly thing, or how does that those expenses special ed services work?
It's on page 4, Sadie. Middle of the page.
So I can highlight this is one of our contractors, but the $70,000 is not a monthly expense. And so there is a number of line items over on the side. Speech therapy associates, as just an example, they have some of their billing that we receive on a monthly basis, but they're actually providing compensatory education services that we've offered for the last 2 years for speech that wasn't provided before.
Sure.
When we had the virtual services. In addition, so I would need to look and reference the specific items, but $70,000 as a monthly expense is far more than what I would have anticipated you to say. Their costs usually land between $18,000 and $20,000, and we have 4 speech and language therapists that we contract with, not all that are the equivalent of one full-time equivalent. So some people we only contract for 2 days a week or 3 days a week. But just as an example of that, breaking that down.
Okay, on the same page, so that like the Point Quest thing says tuition and transportation, whatever, another $20,000, would that be a more likely a monthly expense, or is that?
Yes, that would be more likely a monthly expense, and that actually is one of our Point Quest locations. So you'll notice there it's Point Quest Education, and then it's EDH, so that's the El Dorado Hills location. Point Quest is a non-public school that they have multiple locations, and we do have students that attend multiple locations. So I think it's also just to call that out as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Again, I do appreciate the level of detail, and I love the idea of, I don't know, some kind of notation that gives us a better picture, but thank you.
2 quick questions. On page 1, the first warrant where it says, in the comment, it's E-rate installment number 1. Can number 1 of 3, 4, 5, how many? And then also, down towards the bottom of the page, we have a travel reimbursement for 70 cents for 1 mile, is that correct?
You've got it.
All right,
About that money.
that's it.
James?
I had a question about our role in the county and the depth regarding money. Does that, you understand what I'm trying to say?
so.
Yeah, like what do we do as far as money? Because I remember so many questions, and questions are great, I feel, for the board members to have regarding the warrants on the county side, but we have no control over that.
No, you do have control. So the board has control for the approval of the budget.
Right.
On the county side. The distinction between the county and district when it comes to finances has to do with my role as county superintendent. So if it's within budget parameters that have already been placed, any agreements I can approve and the board doesn't have to approve. So like a contract for services, if it was built in the budget to have said contract for services, the contract doesn't actually come to the county board. It's just signed by me as the county superintendent. On the district side, it needs to have both approvals. The board would need to approve the budget line that would support the contract, and the contract would still have to come to the board for approval as well. So that's one example. If, as county superintendent, I can also, as county superintendent, go up to $25,000 without board approval. And if I go beyond that, then I would need board approval. And that's very different than on the district side as well. So those are a couple of the distinctions, but you still have the oversight for approval of the budget and all of that.
Right, okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, any other questions or comments on consent? If not, then we would just need a motion for this one.
Move to approve item 9, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes,
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we do not have any communications tonight, so moving on to action items, the extended school year. Dr. Hedegaard.
Okay, thank you very much. As you are aware, we have an obligation to provide an extended school year program each summer to our students who qualify. The law requires that this program be offered for 20 school days over extensive breaks, and we have a history in Amador of offering the same number of minutes that would have been provided in that 20 days in 15 days. And so when we, in order to continue that each year, we need to submit and request an approved waiver through the Department of Education. At our last meeting, we had the public hearing in regards to this, so now I am bringing this forward and requesting your action to approve that then I seek the waiver on your behalf through the Department of Ed. The process requires, of course, that we do this in consultation with our bargaining unit partners and then under our SELPA obligation, our consultation with the Community Advisory Committee. So what you will see attached for supporting documentation is that consultation. All of our bargaining unit partners are in support of seeking this waiver and offering it for 15 days. You will see that then our CAC officers noted that they are providing a neutral support, or their stance is neutral on the documentation. One, because just out of recognition, they would prefer, honestly, that it be 20 days, but they understand that if we do not compromise and offer it for 15 days, that we may not be able to attain the staff to even offer the program at all. So I just wanted to explain their stance. Again, they are, consequently neutral in regards to this. They're not making the statement that they oppose us seeking the waiver, but that they, in their, they're not listed as supporting it, so that it's noted as neutral. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm just asking for your approval to seek the waiver.
So for clarity, the CAC includes community members, parents, that sort of thing.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and they are our advisory, essentially, body to development of the local plan, which is our SELPA obligation.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, then we just need a motion.
Move to approve item 11.1, extended school year, ESY.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
yes,
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay. We do not have any discussion items, so we'll move on to item 13, board policy updates.
Yes, and if you get sick of me reminding you of this, as we're in our new cadence of board meetings, with the county going first, we made the decision to have the board policies be one meeting behind the district. Since most board policies impact the district at a higher level than the county in most respects. And so these are board policies that were already, the item 13.1, A through E, those were all already approved on the district side last board meeting. So we're asking for your approval on 13.1, and then 13.2 is a first reading of board policies, and those had a first reading last board meeting on the district side as well. So to start with 13.1, we're seeking approval of items A through E.
Okay, any questions or comments on these?
I do have a small comment on item E. I know you said that we've already approved these on the district side. I just really deeply appreciate that on that 9,000 series that directly affects us and how, we behave and what our role is and where, item 9310, the board policies themselves. I appreciate that the language has been, I think, clarified dramatically through CSBA. It did make me smile a little that CSBA is like, yeah, you're going to use CSBA. I mean, it's right in there. We're going to use them to help us make sure we're in compliance, and that it also makes it clear that we can't do anything that contradicts state or federal law. So I'm just grateful that we have both versions, that we have the red line version with all the deletions and cleanup to make it easier to understand.
Good.
So
And then, and the new and slightly altered way in presenting it, is that working for you as a board? I think I mentioned at last meeting, the way it's presented now, it provides Haley the ability, if approved, with just a couple clicks, that the next morning after approval, our board policy manual online would be updated and in sync with what was just approved by the board the night before.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
really,
have a problem
truly
with it, yeah.
smooth and effective.
Easy, yeah. Any other questions or comments?
One quick one, I guess this is mainly for Jared or anyone on the cabinet. Has there been, I guess, what's the history of any kind of receiving comment from the public? Has any parents been reaching out at any time on policies or these updates?
It's been extremely rare outside of school board meetings that we get input from the public on board policies.
Okay.
At school board meetings, we've obviously seen advocacy on multiple sides, but outside of that, it does happen, but not frequently. And I'm looking to cabinet. It's not commonplace.
Okay, just curious.
Questions or comments?
I have a question with the 3515 campus security in the track changes section. I know
That's the first read. Can we wait on that one? Because that's
that's
part
only
of,
first readings.
that's item 2.
sure.
So
Yep, got it.
Any other questions on or comments on 13.1 all the way through E? If not, then we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve 13.1 A through E.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay,
all right, can we go to James right now with this question? So this is the first reading, so this is for discussion only. So 3515, James? So that's in part A.
Oh, I see what I was doing. Yes, sorry, I was in the wrong one. I could ask questions about the campus
Absolutely, it's
security.
first reading.
With the campus security, 3515, the track changes, I think also the draft policy, maybe not, no. In red, it shows responding to in that little section. Scroll down a little bit.
Which page?
Let me find it. Where the heck did it go?
I think it's on page 1. I see
Yeah, page
reporting
1,
and
reporting and responding to threats. This is a tough topic.
It is.
So are we practicing now to be more reactionary on our campuses to situations? Campus security responding to threats. What what does that mean? What are they allowed to do? Does this explain in depth of what they're allowed to do, what we're gonna do? It's tough.
We've we've been putting a lot of work into this area over winter break. We did some work in sync with law enforcement, and they were on one of our campuses doing drills and run-throughs, so that we're in sync. I'm also working with them on a couple of other things. Some of it I don't necessarily want to make public, though.
Absolutely not.
And so, yeah, there's a lot. And then I think the responding to, James, we've, several years ago, we put a lot of work into our threat assessment protocols so that when we're dealing with a student in particular who may be perceived as a threat, that we have a protocol that's followed. And Patty and I were just talking about this week on some of the updates that she and Nikki Gravett will be working on to that tool. And that was in conjunction with multiple agencies that we worked on that tool. So that way administrators have a guide, right? Because often, I would even say most of the time, what's originally stated as the threat is not anywhere near the whole story. And so now it becomes a process of interviews, and this threat assessment protocol helps administrators go through a strategic process so that they can make a determination at the end, is this student a threat or not?
Right.
I don't know if that helps answer your
It helps
question.
for that. As board members, we have tons of conversations with community members. I've had great conversations with veterans and law enforcement, corrections, probation officers regarding this topic. And thinking of Ione, for instance, I don't know what their roster number is, but if something pops off at an Ione campus, is a 10-man roster going to be able to be deployed at a 10-minute time frame to not have a oh my God situation? Do we have kind of connections or links with the prison and their REACT teams and their CERT teams and their teams like that, being that they are the closest, so to speak? Of course, we have Sheriff's Office, who is probably right there with Ione PD and should be, whatever their reactionary processes are to threats. Have we gone into that at all?
Not with the prison. With all of our law enforcement agencies, yes. We have a great relationship with all of them. We have the 3 city police departments in Jackson, Sutter Creek, and Ione. And then we have the sheriff's department that covers the rest of the county. And so as agencies, the 4 of them work in sync together as well. And the protocols for when the worst happens is everybody goes, and obviously those who are closest go first and go in, and that is the training.
And what thinking in my head of how things, I hope never, but quite possibly pop off. And I appreciate you use the word when. Ione and their resources that they have for situations like that, and then all of the other resources that are in support of that. You know what I mean?
I do.
What do we have in place?
It's all hands on deck. I mean, that's the
Right, but
mentality for all of
though, you know what I mean?
Timing's so tough, right? Because it all depends on their staffing and who's there.
Yeah.
Not all of the Ione area is part of Ione Police Department's jurisdiction. There's
Sure.
unincorporated areas around. So it is commonplace that sheriff's deputies are near the city of Ione. They could be out in Comanche and other areas close by. But it's so dependent on the day, the time, on what's going on. And it's, the training now for them is, even if it's one law enforcement officer, they go in. They don't wait. That's the training.
Okay.
Also, keep in mind also, in a worst-case scenario, neighboring agencies come to aid.
Right, and I'm
Which
my
could include CHP.
Yeah, so
of
we're
course,
talking
and that's the
CHP,
standard procedure to
El Dorado
have.
County,
Right,
Calaveras
all hands on deck.
Yeah.
However, that time where everybody's waiting for that. You know what I mean? That react time, where those resources are compared to where the threat is. Have we thought about that? Have we planned that? I mean, I'm sure everybody watched that officer and the court situation in Texas with the school. I don't know if anybody watched that trial, but like, it's real. So when? I don't know if we've thought about that, but I've been speaking with people and that's a real concern and.
It is.
Yeah. So.
Part of our work with pulling together our comprehensive school safety plan this year is involving that conversation, getting all of the leaders of all of our first responders together to have that. So it is something that's top of mind for everybody, police, fire, everybody, and how we can utilize our systems and their systems to be the most efficient is the next step in the work we're doing right now.
Okay, because I know we use I know we use Mule Creek for like Ione Homecoming and things like that. Or not we, excuse me. The prison is used for Ione Homecoming and their resources for security. That's why I had asked, I was wondering, like, have we spoken with the prison to get resources put together and collaborate? That's
No,
Yeah,
but
there's lots of ideas like that, but also I know this might not be super well known, but the Cal Fire Academy is right there. They
Correct,
also
yeah.
have law
react
enforcement
teams
training
too,
on
yeah.
there too. That is right there. When you talk about Ione, I think that Ione is actually probably outfitted for some of the best response you could probably get, but upcountry and such is definitely, I think, at a disadvantage.
I have not had a conversation with law enforcement about a protocol that would involve Mule Creek, though. So it definitely warrants us asking about
even
it.
upcountry, like she had said.
Yeah, eventually they could get there. You know what I mean? Like putting in place.
just
that,
takes
that's a good
forever.
idea. It takes a long time.
What
but-
do we have in place for that?
Sheriff's Department, I mean,
Yeah.
they're the ones covering upcountry.
Right. Okay.
Okay. I think I'll probably have more questions about this. This is the first reading, but,
Yeah.
okay. So we don't need to do anything on these. We do have information only. Does anybody have any questions or comments on our current personnel recommendations? No? Okay, if not, then we'll just move on to.
Quick question, on the question or the comments that we had at the beginning. What is the plan for those positions? Are they going away, or are they kind of put on hold? I guess what are we looking at? And the reason I'm asking is what impacts would that have on next year?
Good evening, Trustee Crow. So all of our positions, anytime we have a vacancy, or in this case, a resignation, we're evaluating it at the cabinet level, making a determination if this is a position based on a student need, based on a programmatic need. Do we need to get someone in as soon as possible? And then bottom line is, one of the things that we're doing under Superintendent Critchfield is taking a close look at all our positions and looking at ways where a possible reduction through attrition could be made.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Then we will go ahead and move on to our board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Nothing major tonight. Just want to thank Michael Lynn and Jamie for being here. Glad we can do this at an earlier hour. I just want to highlight, I know that it doesn't come to the board when we negotiate, but I just appreciate our relationship with negotiations with both of those units. Negotiations are never intended for us to see eye to eye on everything, but both groups are very professional, and we have a great relationship with them, and I appreciate their work and representing their employees.
Okay. Peter?
I already kind of said my thing about the board policy, so nothing else to report.
Okay. Ken? No? Shane?
Just one thing, I'm looking forward to an update regarding the insurance issue that has severely impacted this year. And so hopefully in the near future, we'll be able to have something that can be presented to the public as far as what happened and how we can make sure that we prevent that from happening again.
James?
I don't have anything to report right now.
I don't have a long report, but I also share the sentiment. I am glad that we have been able to start doing these meetings first. I like hearing from our representatives. It's helpful to kind of hear how things are going and what we can work on together. So I do like that. With that, we'll move on. Our next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday. That's today. I think the next meeting is the 18th. I was like, that says February 4th. Wednesday the 18th, and we will start, open session will start at 5:30 with the meeting following right after. And with that, we are adjourned. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call to order the Amador County Unified School District meeting. All board members are present. Are there any public comments on closed session? I don't think so. Okay, perfect. So we are going to go ahead into closed session, and we will be back for open session, starting at 7 o'clock. We're going to use the restroom real quick and then we'll return for open session. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene to open session. We do not have a report out for closed session. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we're going to move on to presentations and recognitions. We're going to go on to our challenge coins. And first up, we have maintenance with Mr. Cruz.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Critchfield, and cabinet members and community members. Tonight, I want to recognize 3 employees from the maintenance department. I'm going to call them up now. Mitch Knapp, Mike Machowick, and Eric Baird. I will start with Mitch tonight. Mitch is started with the district in 2016, so he's been here 10 years now. He's owned a painting company before he started with us. He worked up in Eugene, Oregon for 5 years, and he's done a lot of work with Excel spreadsheets, he was telling me. That's how he kept his business going and keeping things organized and keeping track of all the jobs and everything. He led a bunch of painting crews while he was up there and has a lot of experience. He was the safety person in that company, so he made sure all the employees stayed safe while they were working for him. He was hired here 10 years ago as a painter for the district, so we needed a painter at the time. He applied. He was the perfect person for this position, and so we hired him. The first 3 years, he was telling me that he had done Amador High, painted Amador High. He painted Sutter Creek Elementary and a lot of other large projects in the district at that time. And then, of course, as times changed, we needed him to be a little more flexible and start taking on some more maintenance jobs. So he moved more or less into the general maintenance arena at that time. He's fixed several flagpoles for the district. In fact, the last one he did, he took it completely down out of the stand, stripped it, repainted it, put all new ropes and pulleys on it, put it back up, and it's in operation. He's got another one coming, by the way, I assigned you. He's fixed a lot of dry rot in the district. And then, of course, after doing that, priming and painting all the work. And he's a concrete guy. If you remember 2 years ago during my summer presentation, I did a little time-lapse video of these guys doing that concrete work, and Mitch was the one that put it together. He's our CSEA maintenance negotiator for the maintenance team, and he currently holds the position in CSEA as the treasurer. Mitch is always looking out for safety issues in the district. That's one thing I really appreciate him for. If there's something out there that's not safe, he definitely comes to me to let me know so that we can correct it. And he'll also get on his coworkers too. If he sees them doing something unsafe, he'll let them know that that's not a safe practice. We need to be a little safer. So he's definitely a valuable asset to the district, and I wanted to recognize him tonight. So can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Next up is Mike Machowick. He started here just a year ago. He started here in February of 2025. He worked in a landscaping company for 8 years prior to that. By the way, he's in our grounds department. And his experience from his previous landscaping company definitely paid off. If you remember the district office, if you've ever seen the new retaining wall that's along that upper parking lot, he was the lead on that project. Him and I had discussed what needed to be done, and I had him in charge of the rest of the grounds crew to kind of oversee the project to make sure it was done right. And we made it through our first winter, and the thing stood up well, and it drained well, and he did a great job putting that together for us. His main assignment, he's assigned at Argonaut High School. He does Jackson Junior High and the district office. And of course, he helps out wherever we need him in the district on top of all that assignments. And he usually supports other grounds personnel as well as they support him when he needs them. His main project right now, he's working like crazy on the Argonaut varsity baseball field, getting it ready for the new season coming up. And he really puts a lot of pride in his fields and what he needs to do to get them all into shape. And he's very instrumental right now. If you've noticed any project going on at Jackson Junior High on the baseball field there, we got a major irrigation project going in, and he's very instrumental on making sure that gets done right too. And then if all that's not enough, he also coaches. So he coaches several teams throughout the year, pretty much most of the year. So he helps coach Amador boys freshman basketball team. He does Little League for the county. He does Amador Youth Basketball Recreation League. I see him every Saturday morning. Right now, his son's playing, my grandson playing, so we see each other every Saturday at Amador Gym. And Motherlode Youth Soccer League. So he's a busy man. He has 3 students in our district. In fact, 2 of them are here tonight. And so he's constantly running around taking care of business, either family or for us. I couldn't ask for a better work ethic for a grounds person, and he also is a very valuable asset to our district. So I want to recognize him tonight with a coin. Can we give him a round of applause?
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'd like to tip my hat to Mike because the Argonaut football field was probably one of the slickest fields that I've ever seen, quite possibly close to the San Jose Sharks rink. Mike came along and brought life back to that field, which then promoted safety for the athletes. So it's very well deserved. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. And then last on my list tonight is Eric. Eric started with us in 2023 as our warehouseman, and I always consider that position the unknown, unrecognized position. This guy is out at the warehouse all week long, taking inventory in, putting things away on the shelves, getting things organized, getting all the orders together to get ready to deliver them to the school sites. And while he's busy in there doing that, we're kind of at the school sites waiting for him to show up and deliver. And he shows up once or twice every other week, and everybody might just think, oh, he's here, that's what he's doing today. But this guy is working all the time in the warehouse to keep things going for us. He comes from quite a diverse background. I was talking to him today. He's been in real estate. He spent some time at Wyotech Technological School learning about mechanics. So he's got his hands into a lot of things. He is also our CSEA president and also on the negotiating team. Currently, he's coaching the Argonaut Alpine skiing team. So every Monday, he's either up at Kirkwood or Sierra at Tahoe with the ski team, trying to push them to do the best they can. And of course, the biggest part about that is he's traveling with the students from here to there and back. That's got to be harder than just being up on the resort. So hats off to you for that. He's very involved in the community. He's been involved in a couple plays at Volcano Theater. So if you saw Charlotte's Web 2 years ago, you would have saw Eric in that play. If you went last year and you saw the play The Bus Stop, you would have seen him in that play. So who knows, maybe one day we'll see him on the Oscars. And then also very community oriented. I actually saw you at the crab feed at the Rotary Club 3 weekends ago. So he also supports the community. So once again, he keeps things organized. If things do go awry, he lets me know right away so we can sit down together and organize and keep things going if we need to let the sites know if they're ordering the wrong way or whatever it is we need to do. So Eric, I appreciate what you do for us. And here's your coin.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Joe, will you stay up here for just 1 second, please?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Joe doesn't know this, but in late October, I called him into my office and I said, I need you to cover transportation and still cover maintenance. It was a big ask on the agenda tonight. We are hopeful that the board will approve a new transportation director. There's probably no human more excited than Joe to have coverage back in the transportation department. He has stepped up. I was just talking to one of our lead drivers yesterday, and they were talking about how appreciative they are of Joe. He does not have a background in transportation. This was mainly just to provide coverage and direction for the department. I appreciate all the individuals in the transportation department keeping things afloat without a director. We don't do a lot for managers in this, but I wanted to recognize Joe tonight and give him a challenge coin for covering transportation.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Don't forget your picture. Okay. Okay, next up for challenge coins are Pioneer Elementary with Miss Merton.
Good evening, members of the school board, Superintendent Critchfield, members of cabinet, and community members. My name is Danae Merton. I am the principal over at Pioneer Elementary School, and I thank you for the opportunity to come tonight and honor 3 of my staff members. Unfortunately, one could not be here tonight, but I would like to share a few words about her, if that's okay. The first staff member I chose to recognize tonight is Jamie Nicholas. She is our administrative assistant at Pioneer Elementary School, and no matter what is happening in the front office, she handles it. She is always calm. She shows great skill in everything. I have not found anything she cannot do yet. And she does whatever needs to be done, always with a smile. One of Jamie's most amazing qualities is the relationships she has built with our students. She's only been there a little over a year, but she already knows every single student by name. She knows what excites them, what makes them anxious, what they might need that day to make the smile on their face. So I just really appreciate that effort that she puts into the care and attention. She builds genuine relationships, not just with students, but with the staff and with the families as well. So she makes everyone feel very welcome and supported as soon as they walk into our office. The other thing I really appreciate about Jamie is anytime I ask her to take on any task, no complaints, no hesitation, is always just got it. And it's done so quickly, I don't even know how she does it. So I'm so appreciative of her. Couldn't imagine our school without her, and I will give her her coin tomorrow. Next, I would like to recognize Kayla Reeder. Come on over, Kayla. Kayla is our fabulous 4th grade teacher at Pioneer Elementary School, and she brings an incredible level of enthusiasm to her classroom every single day. She is always the first to try new things. She never hesitates to think outside the box. She creates amazing learning experiences for her students. She has so many field trips, so many guest speakers, so many fun theme days. She just really brings learning to life, and I appreciate that about you, Kayla. I also really think that Kayla stands out because she has also built such strong relationships with her students and with their families. She is her students' biggest advocate. She works tirelessly to support their success, both academically and socially, and her dedication goes far beyond the classroom, and her students know that they are supported and valued and believed in. So thank you, Kayla. Appreciate you. All right, next up is Lisa Howe. Lisa is our super 6th grade teacher at Pioneer. And a lot like Kayla, Lisa brings energy and passion into her classroom every single day. I don't think I've ever walked into your room, Lisa, and not seen you in the middle of a high energy, super engaging lesson. All the kids are like paying attention. It is beautiful. I love it. She brings so much excitement to her lessons every day. Beyond instruction, Lisa has developed, again, really meaningful relationships. You can see the theme here at Pioneer with her students. She consistently goes above and beyond to meet their individual needs and to help every student succeed. And her students know that she believes in them and supports them and will do whatever she can to help them. So thank you, Lisa. I really appreciate all your hard work on campus. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And
thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to our employee organizations. First we have ACTA and Ms. Jensen.
I shouldn't do that, it gets too close. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Critchfield, members of Cabinet, colleagues, and community members. I will speak this evening about a number of items found in the board agenda. Under consent agenda number 12, item 5A, is a legal services agreement between Perry and Villarreal LP and Amador County Unified School District. We are retaining P&V to provide legal representation and advice in special education, student, Title IX investigations, program review, and any other matters related to local education agencies as assigned by client and agreed to by P&V. Under topic 3 of this agreement, billing rates, the quote, the client agrees to pay for legal services at the rate of set forth in the attached rate sheet, end quote. When the board packet was initially released, the rate sheet wasn't attached. After I contacted the superintendent's office, the rate sheet was added today. I hope you've had an opportunity to see the updated document. I understand that the stated rates are usual and customary. However, paying lawyers takes necessary funds away from the problem. We are not attracting and retaining qualified special educators because we do not offer competitive wages and benefit packages. It is shocking to think that paying a legal team between $200 and $475 per hour is the only option. Now, okay, I'm ignorant and I have never retained a lawyer, but these rates astound me. A partner makes $310 to $350 an hour. Senior counsel, $285 to $210 per hour. Associate, $245 to $310 per hour. Paralegal, $210 to $245 per hour. Law clerk, $200 to $240 per hour. Special counsel work for investigations, $385 to $475 per hour. Program review, $310 to $350 per hour. And consultation work, $285 to $475 per hour. Now, I'm telling you this, I'm super ignorant. This is probably usual and customary, but why do we need these people? So back to as for the scope of the legal services agreement, we already have some personnel that are assigned to some of these areas. Our Title IX coordinator, I believe, is Dr. Palazuelos. Our special education program review, I know we've hired many new people at the district office and the special education department, and I believe that at least one of them reviews the programs. And I'm wondering, are we no longer retaining Alonzo Smith? I should have asked these questions beforehand, and it's a little bit, how do we say, passionate or super ignorant or whatever. Maybe this is a usual thing to retain an expensive law firm, but as I think about the times we met 2 years ago in negotiations, and every time there was a lawyer in the room, and I look at these prices, and I think how much money was taken away from our students to pay for a lawyer in the room. Prioritize students. Under discussion item number 15, item 1, Mr. Norton offers a review of the governor's budget proposal. I would like to offer the following information. Governor Newsom's proposed 2026-27 budget fully funds universal transitional kindergarten, TK, for all 4-year-olds, with a total TK to 12 per pupil funding reaching a record $27,418 per child. This includes $2.4 billion to support full implementation of TK and over $1 billion to maintain lower 10-to-1 student-to-adult ratios in TK classrooms. The rationale is that California children The rationale is to give California children the superior public education that this state has been known for through supporting them from the beginning of their academic careers. Unfortunately, these funds are not restricted to TK students' support. However, fortunately, as you recall from last year, these unrestricted funds turned our budget around. They are not unsubstantial. This is not an unsubstantial amount of money. Amador County Teachers Association wants ACUSD to be a superior public school district through prioritizing these unrestricted, student-focused funds on the students by attracting and retaining qualified educators and support staff, maintaining small class sizes, and offering competitive wages and benefit packages. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I will gladly offer more information if you wish.
Thank you. Next up, we have CSEA with Mr. Baird.
Hey guys. Hey everybody. So I have a couple, I actually wrote some stuff down this time. We just, as a union, we're really excited about the Nutrition Services Department, which is formerly Food Department, Food Services. We added some really good jobs. It's going to help the students get better quality food, less pre-made, more fresh cooked stuff. I think it's really good to add some of these higher paying jobs that attract high level talent, and especially for food. I've got 3 kids in the system, so I'm excited about like more food options, healthier options, and really thankful for Mike Pingree. I think you guys have already voted all this in, but just really excited about that coming in the future. Also saw that we're going to get some education possibilities with GCU. I saw it went out today. That's really exciting for anybody that's looking to move up. Anything like that helps, so that's pretty cool. We're also excited about the new transportation director, get Joe back in maintenance full-time. And I heard that, she's got a really good background. I don't know if it's like official who it is, if I'm allowed to say it or not. Yeah, so Sarah, but it looks like she's gonna be a great director of transportation. I'm excited about that. And just seeing the direction that we're taking, it looks like we're making positive steps forward with finance and leadership, because I think that's something this district has really needed, is that strong leadership. So we're very excited and can't wait to see what's next. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to public comment on non-agenda items. We do have a few comment cards. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. President may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Okay, the first speaker is Patricia Angija.
Sorry, I was late. Normally it's me, I know.
Okay, we got you.
Good evening, everyone. I have already emailed the board and Mr. Critchfield, but as the comments made toward me were done publicly at the last board meeting, I feel that my response should be public as well. Ms. Parker, I want to sincerely apologize if you truly felt that my comments during the last board meeting threatened you in any way. That certainly was not my intention, and I see how I could have worded my comments differently. However, I would hope that if there was someone being truly threatening during a board meeting, that law enforcement would be contacted and the person removed. That did not happen in my case. I understand you and others have been receiving threatening phone calls, but I want to make it very clear that it has never been me. I have never once called anyone on the board. All of my communication with you has been through email or publicly here. I was very offended when you insinuated that I could be a part of the people making threatening calls to you. I was also offended that you called me insane and unhinged and said that I am berating you when I speak here. I may get emotional and my voice may get shaky, just like now during some of my comments, but I have never yelled, I have never made threats, and I have also never made personal insults toward anyone here. I don't feel that I have ever been unable to control myself, as you put it. The concerns I present are valid, and it is upsetting that you don't feel the same way. Do you not think our schools need to be better maintained? Do you not think our students deserve better curriculum to put them to at least state standards? Do you not think the district having a multi-million-dollar deficit is a problem? You choosing not to make any comments or have any questions on last meeting's school assessment report cards make me think you are fine with how things are, which is very concerning. You would rather use your position, I will use your words, to berate me, rather than ask the questions or state the concerns of your own constituency. I am part of your constituency as a resident of Ione. And instead of seeing what I have to say and the solutions I have presented as valid, you choose to attack me instead. And please note, I have tried emailing you several times in the past, before and after board meetings, and you've never once responded to me, Ms. Parker. Similarly, many other community members have expressed disappointment in the lack of response from trustees to their concerns, including Sutter Creek Mayor Claire Gunselman, who wrote to all 5 of you 4 weeks ago and still has yet to hear back, even just a thank you for taking the time to write. I saw James did respond 2 days ago to her public Facebook post, but that had to be made publicly. So I wonder, are you representing your constituents? Are you asking the questions that we as your constituents are concerned about? Are you voting in a way that reflects how the people that have voted you into these offices and who you represent would hope you would vote? I understand that my comments are very critical of the district and the board, but I only have very limited amount of time to speak up here, so I don't have time to thank you over and over again each time I come up here. Just like how you use your unlimited time to attack your constituents and not address their concerns at all, I use my very limited time to get down to the important matters of accountability, transparency, facility maintenance, curriculum, and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Michael Garcia.
Hello. Good evening, Superintendent, trustees, cabinet members. Tonight, I will be asking several questions. I don't expect answers, but I believe that it's important to publicly ask them and to have them on the record. So, first, when will we receive an update on the health insurance committee that was promised during not during, but in the collective bargaining agreement? I asked this question last month, haven't heard anything about it. I appreciate the update on the CalPERS board meeting because that's important and it really affects me, but I'd like to see some concrete action from the cabinet on initiating this committee. I'll volunteer. Like, you don't have to pay me, I'll be there, whatever. Secondly, I asked last month and did not receive an answer, so I'll ask again, what is the district currently doing to recruit and retain high-quality teachers and support staff? I don't see district-wide efforts on social media. I don't see a strong presence on EdJoin. And unlike our transportation department, which places hiring signage on buses, I've yet to see signage on school campuses indicating that we're hiring. And I understand that there are limitations unique to schools, but I'm asking that someone speak publicly to what efforts are being made. Like, there's got to be something that can be said. Third, given the ongoing shortage of campus supervisors at Argonaut, why has no one from the district office stepped in to come and help out? The substitute canceled? Doesn't this absence affect the safety of students and staff? Are teachers expected to absorb this time during our duty-free periods? Should teachers be timesheeting nutrition and lunch, supervision due to staff shortages? And most importantly, again, why has the district not provided additional support to our new administrators during this situation? On a personal note, my morale is at an all-time low, like borderline manic. While we were told we received a raise, this is the first time in my adult life that I got a raise and took a pay cut in the same sentence. Let me see. I recognize that I'm fortunate. I did not have to leave my job because my pay dropped to $16. However, our campus supervisor did have to make that choice, leaving a job he loves simply because couldn't afford to stay. After bills and groceries, I had approximately $300 left this month. And even though some of our support staff are trying to make up $600 just to cover basic bills. Not going out to eat, hobbies, but just bills. I was able to sell my prep period to make ends meet, but not every teacher has had this option. Some will barely clear $40,000 this year. I have a spouse who works full-time to help cover necessities. Some of our colleagues do not. These aren't complaints, they're realities. I'm disheartened, I'm insulted, and I'm deeply frustrated by the lack of visible action from the district leadership. Thank you.
And next we have Amador's Heart of Gold.
Good evening, trustees, Mr. Critchfield, cabinet, and community members. My name is Patricia Angija. I am with Amador's Heart of Gold, a nonprofit that is providing support to families in Amador County experiencing childhood cancer. Today is World Cancer Awareness Day for all cancers, not just childhood cancer. And I have the opportunity tonight to come to speak with you. As many of you probably know, 3 weeks ago, Ione did lose Logan Wilkerson to his battle with cancer. And we learned recently of another child who was diagnosed back in November, which joins a different case that was also diagnosed in November. And these are very concerning. So I want to offer our support for any families experiencing childhood cancer. If you can share that with your constituents, your students, your families, that would be very much appreciated. We did meet with Amanda Avila at the Resource Center at Jackson Junior High. She's doing amazing work. It's an amazing space. And she has offered, to get us into the schools to talk about these issues, because it's hard for families to come forward. They don't know, where to go, who to talk to, what they are facing. And we just kind of want to give them that warm handoff to the services that they could, partner with that would help them in their journey. If you haven't already, if you're able to, please consider donating to the Wilkerson, what is it called? Together, I can't remember the name of it, but they're doing fundraising for his memorial. They're also, he was gracious enough to donate his cells to Stanford to have it his particular case of cancer researched. It is very rare. And I just want you to keep his family in your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda.
I have a question. I'm
go
sorry
ahead.
to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Critchfield, I remember in times past when public comment would happen, Board President Ross would inform them that somebody would be getting in contact with them if it was something that was questioned or concerning or whatever the case, because we cannot have open dialogue as a board to the public because it's a meeting of the board in public. We can ask clarifying questions, et cetera, et cetera. What do we do right now? I know that.
It depends on the public comment. I reach out sometimes, other times we do not.
Okay. Would that be something that the board should request each time if there's a public comment? I feel like that'd be.
I mean, if you guys feel like someone I should respond to, I'm always happy to hear that. And on my own, sometimes I do that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
We're going to move on to item 12, the consent agenda. We do have some comment cards here. So we will get to 12.2A, Patricia and Gija.
Good evening again. So for the warrants, I still do think it would be beneficial to see a running year-to-date for the vendors on these warrants so the public can be comparing the district's spending year to year. And then we can, all work together to determine where, if cuts can be made in certain areas. I hope the board will give direction to the district office staff to implement this. Some of the payments I would like to get clarification on, and I hope the board will ask Cabinet about, are the January 9th CDE overpayment of year 2023, Prop 98, Community School Grant AB 130 for COVID, $37,961.63. January 9th, MGM Transportation, various athletics for over $25,000. January 16th, IRS 2024 COP arbitrage rebate payment of almost $275,000. So I don't recall the lawyers mentioning that the district would be owing anywhere near that to anything. It was, they had another fee for January 9th for the COE Public Finance LLC for the defeasance of $82.50, which is more in the ballpark of what Lozano Smith was talking about in fees. But I would have remembered $275,000 to the IRS that we would be having to pay. And then just a concerning thing about the emergency water main break at Amador High School. Yeah, just some things to possibly question. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about the warrants? We'll start there because we have more comment cards. We'll just go line by line.
I was intending to try to understand better the CDE item. and whether that was at all related to what is later in our agenda regarding the payback of audit or whatever things.
No, the payback is related to the audit finding we had last year. So we'll address that when we get to that particular line item. The overpayment was with regards to we basically had excess funds and they're being sent back to the CD on that one.
So because they were in a certain category or something, categorical funds that had to go back?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the warrants?
Yeah, I had some questions. Did you have some, Shane?
Go ahead.
I was going through the warrants and noting on this Post-it thing that we have on this beautiful software, and I forwarded my questions to Robert, and I'm sure he's like, "What are you even talking about?" I'm sorry if you were like, "This dude's crazy." The first one was I had stated, "Can we talk about the fuel situation?" I do see the fuel payment. I should probably pull it up too. My question was, and I know it's not, well, I don't know, with the fuel tank situation ending, this payment is for when it was in existence, correct?
So actually our Hunt and Sons account is all the cards that we have are Hunt and Sons. So even if they use them at one of the other gas stations around, they're not all of them, but most of them can still work at the stations.
Okay.
And so it's basically the culmination of getting fuel.
So that's like, we're using those cards at participating
Correct.
normal gas stations.
Correct.
Is there a plan to change that? Would that even be a warrant topic to talk about? I don't know.
Yes, it can be.
Yeah, it's-
Okay.
I'm going to ask Dr. Palazuelos to talk about the update there with the fueling situation.
Thank you, Superintendent Critchfield. So trustees, we've been working with Hunt and Sons leadership regarding being able to have a fueling cell or a fuel station at our terminal over at the transportation yard. I spoke with the representative who works with the Amador just this afternoon. They're meeting with their supervisor tomorrow, and we should know by tomorrow if they're going to be in agreement with changes that we made to the agreement that was proposed. And it had to do with liability. There was a liability section that, after review by the Joint Powers Authority, told me JPA, they recommended some changes. So it appears that at this point that they will be in agreement with the change we recommended. And then at that point, ideally, we'll be able to bring an MOU as soon as February 18th to the trustees for consideration. And then that would provide a fueling for our diesel buses there at the yard, which will be a tremendous help. We'll still rely on some unleaded fuel at other stations, and we're working on really narrowing that down to stations. And when I say unleaded, this would be for our white fleet, a lot of the vans we see, as well as some of the vans, other vans that we have as well. So that's where we are currently with that.
Is the utilizing the participating gas stations costing us more at this moment because of the circumstances?
We're paying the reality for us is any of the stations, we're paying the rate that's there, whereas with Hunt and Sons, we have a negotiated rate that we work with them on. So that would be for the diesel fuel. With unleaded, and it's any one of our vehicles, whether it's a maintenance vehicle or others. The dilemma for us now, because it will be diesel only, is we're going to be subject to whatever the community's paying for gas at John's Pit Stop or Jackson Fast Gas or other places.
So it's costing us more.
It will cost us more.
When do you foresee the fuel cell coming?
As soon as we can get an agreement before the board and approval there, I'll work with them on what that horizon is. Just so I have to be very upfront with the board. Hunt and Sons, with hat in hand, they actually already delivered the fuel cell to us. It's sitting in transportation right now, but we've not been able to utilize it because we have to get the agreement before we start that process. So.
Okay.
This was, just for more context, this was a very abrupt ending to the Hunt and Sons location that, and I know all the government agencies in the county have now been scrambling to figure out how to do their fueling because most of the government agencies in the county had agreements with them. And so Hunt and Sons being willing to have a fuel cell on our property for our diesel buses would be, which is our, I would imagine our largest expense for fuel with our large buses is is a step in the right direction. So hopefully, we got a couple board meetings, in a short amount of time. We got one in 2 weeks and then one in 4 weeks. So hopefully at one of these next 2 board meetings, we can have something in place on that.
Okay. The other warrant item was 6008137 school innovations and achievement. I gotta figure out how to pull this up.
If you want, I can take over from that one.
Sure.
So that's the Attend Digital's campaign, and I'll probably relay to Patty Horn in a second so that she can chime in more. But basically, this is the software we have to really help encourage students to show up. And I know I'm doing probably a poor job of relaying what it is. Patty, I'll let you take over, actually.
So this was the continuation of the pilot we ran last year with the campaign to help promote attendance. We engaged with this company to manage our attendance normally. This was an add-on. This costs us roughly $2 a student for the entire school year to send out the messages and the kind of comparison. This is where your student is, how they're doing with attendance. Just to kind of speak to that, right now we're running average, on any average day, 270 students out of our 4,000 plus students are absent. That program, if we have 123 kids miss one less day of school, it pays for itself. And then what we're seeing right now, the real-time data I have in front of me right now, is we're seeing 5 of our schools have a decrease in chronic absenteeism, with Ione Junior at down 32% from last year to this year as of right now with chronic. That's huge, because each day that a student is here, they generate roughly, we figured about $72 a day, ADA. So if we can recapture, just encourage people to make attendance more of a priority, we're able to recapture ADA. And Ione Juniors right now, 32% is a huge improvement. Both high schools have 17% improvement over last year. Chronic absenteeism, remember chronic's over 10%. So that's looking at students who are missing over 10% of the school's days. So it was one of those, when Robert and I looked at this last year, we kind of did the math down to the penny. How much money will it pay for itself? Is this good money? And if we can recoup 123 kids, either come one more day or, don't stay home, or we get them here, it pays for itself and then some.
Okay. Thank you for that. I had another one, 681,384, the AT&T Argo PBX. Why I checked that? This is so difficult going back and forth. 1384. The reason that popped into my head is because under the main, oh no, that's the AT&T, correct? Are those the AT&T?
They are AT&T charges, yeah.
So does each one of these have their own account?
Yes. So in many cases, my assumption would be as to why many of these are split out the way they are.
Yeah.
Is they were added on at different times.
Okay.
And I think that's a large majority of it. The main one, the PBX, is basically the private branch exchange, which kind of is the system that oversees basically majority of our phone lines throughout the district.
And that's at Argonaut, I guess? Is that why it's categorized as Argonaut?
I'm actually inquiring to that with AT&T right now because we're also working on this particular item toward mitigating some of these costs by migrating some of the other accounts that we have out there into one if possible. So we are looking into that as we speak. But that's why this one stands out. It is the main one that kind of oversees the majority of the district.
Okay. Yeah, what popped into my head is I just saw multiple locations, and I was like, that's interesting, so that's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
I was curious what's going on. So if you could let me know what you find out, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
And then the other one, 81409 Pacific Gas and Electric. Sorry. Bro. I have fat fingers. The Pacific Gas and Electric, Argo, Sutter Creek, and then I had documented why is the breakdown the way that it is.
Yeah, I know in some cases, I mean, there's two different things going on here too within this line, so I'll clarify some of this. You'll see there's a fund object 015515, and then a little ways down, you'll see an 015520.
Yep.
The 5515 is gas, 5520 is electric. So that's the split there. So sometimes you'll see repeats because they have gas and electric.
Okay.
But some of them, you aren't wrong. We have some meters that are tied specifically to the different locations, which is why you'll see some specific ones, such as Argo scoreboard, Argo snack bar. So some of those have different locations, different accounts that were set up.
So does, and the similarity to the AT&T things, like all these different locations, I started to think, do all of these locations have different meters?
I know in some cases it's yes. I'll have to do more research though to tell you 100%.
Okay.
And so some of it was when they were added on, et cetera. But I believe, I mean, that would make sense to me.
Because it's just like, so if 5520 is gas, is that what you said?
Electric is 20.
Okay, so if 20 is gas, Argo at 19 grand, and then Argo AG at $41, and then the scoreboard at Argo, and then the snack bar. Just trying to understand it.
Yeah.
Okay. The tax and fee admin use, 81,472.
So this is our used tax fee. And so what happens is sometimes products that we purchase are not taxed. Some people assume we're a tax exempt entity. Some folks don't realize some of their products need to be taxed, but we do. And so we withhold the tax from the purchase, essentially. We take what we would have paid in tax to the seller, and we hold it back and reserve it, and then every either quarterly or annually, depending upon which entity, in this case it'd be quarterly, we pay the used tax fee. So that's what this is. This is actually paying the California franchise tax.
Okay. All right. And then I believe the other one, 1497, food services. I had wrote in my notes, why is there so many different categories?
So I had questions on the question. Was this because it says produce and
Yeah,
food,
it was like
food and supplies?
specific type of food, and then another category was like food. Well, shouldn't food be in the food, or shouldn't the lettuces be in the food?
In reality, they are all food. Now, there are some where you'll see food and paper. So we have to differentiate the paper products. So like the trays, the things that aren't edible.
Sure.
Because that is broken out with the account code line. So sometimes you'll see that. And because the purchase was made where there was a combination of food and paper, you may see both things in there. The differentiation between produce or dairy is more or less irrelevant to the coding and the scheme, but does provide us some insight if we want to go back and research, hey, how much did we spend on dairy? Now, we know which producers also provide the dairy, so we would more likely do the research through that. But it is more naming convention, not standardized on that sense.
Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm trying to go back and forth.
So good.
Thank you.
May I
Just
ask
a
a
quick-
follow-up question really quick? Ms. Horn, regarding the attendance software? Those numbers are great. I'm just curious whether the software provides any sort of granularity in reporting on how many emails are actually opened or read or looked at, whether we can attribute that. For example, I know that Mentee Unified uses Blackboard systems, and you can actually see that's maybe 70% of the emails that parents bother to see it. So just curious whether any of that reporting is available and whether that helps us decide whether this is a continued thing to keep investing in or not.
You know, it's a good question. I'd love to look into that because it was in beta test when we started with it last year. And we have quarterly check-ins with the whole system. So I'll put that on our next quarterly check-in and see what kind of reporting we can get if they're keeping that kind of data and if we can get a hold of it.
Just curious, thank you.
I had one more follow-up question too, when James was bringing up some of these accounts that we have, and we've got multiple accounts for the same site, are we paying like separate fees and such for each of these accounts? I know that when you have a PG, water, whatever, they've got, more fees than the actual usage. So I'm just wondering, are we paying separate fees for all of those accounts? And if so, are we able to negotiate something with these people where we're like, we've got, that would be silly to keep doing if that is the case.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
Okay.
I know some of the fees are expense-based, so those are less, but I could see where there's a minimum. So we'll take a look at that. They may be that we're unable to because there's different meters, et cetera, and just to having that connection line, et cetera. But we'll look into it.
Okay.
Going with that, I can't answer your specific question, but I know, given the history with some of our construction projects, I can think of specific sites where when buildings were added, a new connection point was created for power because the current power provided on campus wasn't enough to supply to a new building. So you could have one school property and it could actually have 2 or 3 connection points from PG&E, where it's almost set up like it's 2 or 3 different sites, and that had to do with construction at the time.
Sure.
So that could lead to your question, is why I'm bringing that up.
Yeah. I just was wondering if we are paying all that, would we be able to like reach out and be like, this is our one site. I don't think we should be paying, 3 different fee sets for one site, even if there is different connection points. So that's just something to look into. And then I did have a question. I also had the question about, on the very bottom, the Fund 40, the special reserve check for $274,000.
Yeah, so this is the arbitrage rebate that comes with the COP defeasance. So when the COP was defeased, part of that had to do with a calculation that was to be determined, where we are only allowed as a public entity to earn so much on any time we invest these specific types of dollars. And so it turned out that we had earned more than we were allowed. And so basically what this is it's considered an arbitrage, where basically the rate we were investing on was higher than the rate we were actually paying on the loan itself. And so there are rules against that. So when this happened, we have to now send back funds. This was accounted for within the calculations that was presented, and it was expected. These funds are purely COP funds. So these were funds that were already planning to go away. We were not going to be able to use them in any way, shape, or form. Does not affect our general fund in any way. And that's why it came out of Fund 40, because the 40 is the reserve fund that we had for the COP. So does that explain it? Or
Yeah, I was just double checking that wasn't like some unbeknownst thing that we had this big check. So, right. Okay.
It's not going to happen again, right?
No, this was a one-time arbitrage rebate. That is it.
Okay. Other questions on warrants?
Just, I guess, repeating what I said at the county meeting, breaking down the warrant to distinguish what's quarterly, annually, monthly, what's maintenance, and also on the maintenance, you see Ace Hardware lines and just, you can tell it's maintenance. I think that would be also a good way to connect that spreadsheet that I had talked about, that we're able to keep track of maintenance costs, scheduled maintenance, emergency maintenance, and that way we can get a good handle on what it's costing us to keep up the maintenance on the buildings.
Yeah, and I met with Mr. Cruz on that topic, and he has a couple different ideas on how to go with that, so we're hoping soon to have an update for you.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question going back to when James was asking about PG&E. Are those charges, how does the solar offset those, or are those on top of what we used with solar?
I do know we have an annual true-up. I believe this is after the offset, as it were. So then the true-up comes, and we go from there. I'll have to do more research to give you the exact answer on this, because I don't have the background, but I do know we have the true-up that does come through annually.
Because I know when we did the presentation a couple of months ago, it seemed like at the end of the year, the solar kind of offset those costs because they kind of canceled each other. But this seems like a lot for PG&E if we are realizing our use of solar.
Yeah, and let me look into that for you.
Okay.
I had one more question I forgot to mention. I'm sorry. I noticed a lot of bus parts, and a thought popped into my head is, first was, is it the fuel bus or is it the electric bus? And then the other thing was, when we jumped into that electric bus contract, wasn't maintenance of those buses included in it? If so, why are we buying bus parts to fix them?
Well,
I am not certain if those parts were, we have one electric bus.
Okay.
Is all we have.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we didn't jump into that other one that was presented
well,
a
we
while
attempted to jump into the other one, but the problem was the grant would help fund the purchase of the buses, but the infrastructure project needed to get there was not going to be entirely grant funded and was going to cost in the neighborhood of $1.5 to over $2 million to get the infrastructure needed for getting these electric buses. So we're still at one electric bus. So we can look into what these parts were for. I know our mechanics have been very busy in repairing buses, so I would imagine a lot of these parts are for our diesel buses.
Yeah. Okay.
But we would have to check with them to get the breakdown on that.
What you just said makes more sense anyway, so I appreciate it.
And as a reminder, that one electric bus was working in concert with the Amador Air District, Herminia Perry in particular, who was fantastic. They were able to fold money together from 2 years, and that bus was paid for entirely through a grant. So that bus is paid for.
Sure.
Obviously, the repairs on it are on us at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
One
Any other
more.
questions?
One
go
more.
ahead.
The legal services agreement, could you just kind of give us a quick overview of what that come about from? What's that coming from? And then
We do have 2 comment cards on that topic. Can I let
On one before and then
before and one after?
It's an agenda item, right?
Yeah, it's an agenda item.
it's on consent still.
It's on consent still. And I think it covers that, maybe your question, so we can have her come up first.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will go ahead and have Patricia and Gija for item 12.4.
All right.
Hold on one second, ma'am.
Of course.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Don't start beeping like Mayor Maida. Love the man. So I'm very glad to see we have a new transportation director. Looking into her background, she seems very, very experienced in transportation. I would like the following clarification, and I'm hopeful that the board will ask Cabinet to provide the answers to my questions. Was an internal promotion fully looked into? I always personally prefer when, our people are lifted up, their loyalty, mostly specifically Brandy Norris. She's been phenomenal. Every time I call transportation, she's the one that answers. She gets me an answer pretty much immediately when she's not out on a bus route, and even then, she calls me back like within a day. Of course, that's also a personal decision. By looking into Miss Lemke's background, she recently made transportation director of a school district in Santa Cruz County. So I'm a little bit cautious about the mid-year resignation from her current position, because there have been questions about other admin in ACUSD about job abandonment for our administrators. Also, I'm curious what her salary would be, because I know before taking the Santa Cruz job, she did work in El Dorado Hills. That's still, even though it's not Bay Area, that's still a higher probably pay rate. And I'm just hoping we're not going to be paying more than we are able to, and costing us a fortune. So just things to consider. Thank you.
If you want to stay and just do your 12.5.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one to see this, Ms. Jensen. So under billing rates subsection 3 of the legal services agreement, it states that the rates are set forth in the attached rate sheet. But when I viewed it, because I view it, right away, no rate sheet was included. So I want to make sure that, all the rates were reviewed by you guys. And I'm also kind of questioning if this is an actionable item, if the rate sheet is instrumental in approving it, if it wasn't posted within the 72-hour limit of the Brown Act, can you vote on it? Just a consideration, not saying it's a violation, just before it's acted upon. Just think about it. Thank you.
Okay. So we can go ahead. Shane, I know you had a question about that same topic.
Real quick on the Brown Act, just so we get that out of the way. As long as the item is agendized correctly, any attachments can be updated all the way up into real time to be approved by the board. And so that was just when the attachment got uploaded, didn't have the rate sheet, but now it does. And so, but outside of the 72 hour 72 hours prior, this item was agendized for this legal services agreement. So we're fine there to vote on that.
Yeah, just my question basically is just kind of an overview of what that came from. I did look at the rate sheet. Attorneys are expensive, and it doesn't stick out as anything that's abnormal. It's just if you hire legal services, you can expect to pay those rates.
I'm going to ask Dr. Hedegaard to help answer your question.
So yes, Perry and Villarreal have had an annual contract with Amador since I joined your community, and I don't know how many years prior to that.
Only a year or two prior.
And so just as with any of our contracts, each year they have the ability to reevaluate what their rates are, and there would always be a rate sheet that is attached. I would say that, you know, in my professional opinion, these are competitive rates in regards to just an hourly cost of obtaining special education legal counsel. It's always the last resort that we utilize it. Individuals such as myself, and then like our director, Jan Johnson, as well as our other team members. That's the intention of being able to provide support and guidance to families, as well as our staff, to promote what's in the best interests of students. At the same time, an example that I would give you is that if a family was to obtain legal counsel, it would not be the recommended practice for us to then engage with a family and their legal representation, and us not also to have legal representation. So that would just be one example. I would highlight that, you know, in the last 2 years, we've brought in and we've talked mostly in other settings, but we've talked about the initiative of alternative dispute resolution, and that's really moving forward with a practice of when IEP teams can't reach agreement, that then we have a practice and a process for families to have another local option to try to reach resolution. I would, in order to complement the work of our staff, including our paraprofessionals, our teachers, but our leadership team, the expenses in legal that this district has been accruing in the last 3 years has gone down markedly because of that investment and because of the good work and the relationship building that's been taking place with parents. So it's not good to not have a contract with legal representation, because at any given moment you may need them. So it is the practice that you would establish it, and then you have the discretion of utilizing it when it's needed, rather than needing it and then needing to jump through the hoops of having a contract in order to be able to seek the counsel that you require.
And I just can add a little more. Thank you for that update. And I just want to show my support for Dr. Hedegaard and her team and the concerted effort they make to minimize the use of legal counsel. A couple of things to go with that, just for further context. Amy Perry, one of the named partners in this agreement, did previously work for Lozano Smith and was their specialist in special education, and then started her own firm. We had a long-standing relationship with her and have been pleased with the support she's provided. So when she left Lozano and created her own firm, that's when that contract was created. It was not increasing legal fees for special ed. We don't really use Lozano Smith now for special ed related legal matters, okay? And then, without getting way too into it, and I would have loved to talk to Mrs. Jensen before the board meeting talking about legal, we try to keep all of our legal matters from teachers and classified staff working with students every day so they can focus on what they need to. But on any given day, we're working with one to who knows how many potential or current lawsuits because, frankly, we live in a very litigious society. I wish we didn't have to spend as much as we do on legal counsel, but just like Dr. Hedegaard said more eloquently than I am, if someone is using an attorney, we have to engage our attorneys, or that's when major mistakes could happen. And while we have experts in the field, once you start getting attorneys involved, we have to engage our attorneys to help us. And while, yes, the rate of an attorney, it's expensive no matter where you look, Amy Perry has helped us numerous times on the front end, so it doesn't cost us near as much on the back end.
I guess I'll just add to my comment was I was wondering if there's something that kickstarted this or if it's, would you just, it seems now it's just kind of an update to the.
Yeah, just an annual update.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this item before we move on?
I needed a little clarification. I had overheard a possible firm that we use, Alonzo Smith. I'm
Lozano.
I'm thinking it was meant to be Lozano. Okay, so there isn't another firm. Okay.
I don't know of an Alonzo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And you answered my other questions. I thought we were already using this firm before, so I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on consent before we would just look for a motion? Right, do we have? Okay.
I have one question.
Okay.
Can we address the one public comment about whether or not internal staff was
No, we can't comment on any candidates for a job as a private
Right,
person.
I didn't know if we could or not.
Yeah.
Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve item 12, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item 13, communications. We do have a comment card. Miss Jeannie Jensen. No, this public comment, 3 minutes.
Hey, Jared, I'm sorry. I have not had any time to come.
That's okay.
I would have
I'm
loved
happy to
have
talk to
talked
you more
about
about it.
But I did get a hold of Haley. Thank you, Haley. Regarding, I think it's already been answered, what is the second point? And could you just explain, there are a couple of acronyms you're using in order for people to really understand. Could you please make it super clear why we're paying this $270,000 back? It's a repayment. Number two,
So
it's a repayment.
this is your public comment time. So
That's right.
once he presents, then
Okay.
it won't be a back and forth at this point. You have your 3 minutes.
You don't have to speak to me until you speak to everybody, but I would like it to be really clear. That's my public comment. Please make it clear.
Will do, Jeannie.
Okay, so 13.1, Amador USD 2425 unaudited actuals review. Mr. Norton.
Perfect. We have a couple of communication items here. We'll start with 13.1. For this item, I'm presenting a formal communication received from the California Department of Education regarding our 24-25 unaudited actuals financial report. This was presented in the fall back to the board. As part of their annual oversight required by Education Code Section 42100, the CDE has completed their review of our financial data, and I'm happy to report the CDE found our submission to be timely, accurate, and in correct format. They specifically noted our fund balances remain consistent with prior years, and there were no material discrepancies or reporting irregularities. The CDE did highlight a couple of considerations for future reporting. During the closing of last year's books, the district did not meet the state minimum 3% reserve for economic uncertainties in the 24-25 unaudited actuals. So I wanted to clarify this. This was the result of our one-time 15+ million certificates of participation transfer from Fund 1 to Fund 40, our special reserves for capital projects where our COP funds live. And so basically it was moving from Fund 1 to Fund 40. And so when this happens, in reality, it's a transfer of funds. And when you look at our SACS Fund 01 report, which shows our total expenditures, this is not listed. And so what happens is it is a categorized expenditure when they're determining our minimum reserve threshold. So because you add in 15 million basically to our expenditures, it shows that we had about 2.6% in reserves. Our reserves themselves did not change. They are the exact same. Overall, they even note that they explicitly acknowledge that our 25-26 first interim report already shows a positive upward trend, and our reserve levels across our multi-year projections are looking much better. And they, in conclusion, has confirmed that we have no additional, or we need to provide no additional information or corrective actions are required from the district at this time. So just to continue our reserves and attendance reporting as we move toward P2 and second interim. So this is a communication item, so it's more to inform the board this came about. So it's not up for any kind of action, but I'm available for any questions you may have. So that's why I wanted to bring it up tonight.
Okay, questions or comments? I don't have any questions or comments either. When I first saw this, I was a little like, what is this? But it makes sense now. So, okay. We don't have, this is not an action item, so we don't have to do anything with it. So we're going to move on to item 13.2, the 23-24 Amador County repayment plan approval option 2. Mr. Norton.
So back in our 23-24 audit that we had one of our findings that had to do with our ADA. It was incorrectly stated at the time of P2, and so we had basically a questionable cost of upwards of about $700,000. And so we knew we were going to qualify for a 2-year repayment. It was already built into the budget this year, so we were expecting to basically be paying this back over the course of 2 years. And so what this was is we also then applied for it not to be over 2 years, but to help us out, especially more in the short term, to spread it out over 8 years. So this is a confirmation that we have been approved for that 8-year repayment plan. So what this does is now make our annual installment $95,549, whereas basically priced in this year was about $380,000. So this is a $286,000 savings in not only the current year but the year after, which should help us in the more short term where we see in our MYP especially where it's a little tighter. In the out years after that, we still have that $95,000 plus a little bit of interest over the course of that time as well. But this for our short-term status more specifically, as we're looking at this financial crunch, is a big boon for us.
Okay, questions or comments on this item?
You said it's a big what for us?
A boon. So it's a good thing.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's a good thing in terms of that we're not spreading it over 2 years, it's over 8 years. So the impact in the short term helps us when we're more financially tight, if you will.
it's a good thing for an expensive mistake.
Well, yeah, we've known about this for a while,
Sure.
right? And so being able to spread out the pain, right, of this payback helps us a lot.
Right.
I had asked, when this item came up, I had asked what our plan was or what steps we've taken to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Have we made steps, put any protocols in place for that?
Yeah, so we implemented a corrective action plan. So anytime we have a finding too, we have to do this. So with that too, not only do we internally review, we have actually multiple eyes on it. It also goes to our auditors for a final check. So we figured who better to look at this than them. So at that point, we have multiple touch points to make sure this is done correctly, and we're providing additional training to make sure this happens.
Okay. And then how much, it says before interest, do we have any idea about how much interest? Are we looking at like a ton of interest or like a small amount of interest?
It honestly depends on the Fed and interest rates and how that's going. A few years back, it was 0.2%. Now
Okay.
it's 4.something%. So it just kind of depends on where the state's average is at that time. But there will be some cost to this, yes.
Okay. Okay. Questions or comments on here? Communications? Okay. All right, then we're going to move on to our action items. Item 14.1 is extended school year. Dr. Hedegaard.
All right, good evening, board. So this is a companion item to the item that we reviewed for the county meeting. So just as a friendly reminder, we are legally obligated to provide an extended school year special education program each summer. The law does stipulate that we must provide it for 20 days. And so Amador has a history of providing it the same number of instructional minutes, but across 15 days. And in order to continue that, we have to request a waiver from the Department of Education. So tonight it is an action item because I am asking for your approval to formally request the waiver. At our last meeting, we did have a public hearing in order to receive comment from the public on this fact. And as attachments, you will see that part of our requirement for the waiver process is to consult with our bargaining partners as well as the Community Advisory Committee that is representative of parents of individuals with disabilities and community members where that's a vested interest. So you will notice that the supporting documents show that then our bargaining partners are in support of seeking this waiver, and then the CAC stance is neutral. They are not necessarily in support of shortening the number of days. However, they understand that the compromise in order to ensure that the program is adequately staffed so that it can be delivered. So that is why they took a neutral stance. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'm hoping that you will approve for us to seek the waiver for the district.
Okay, any questions or comments on this? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I have a question, sorry.
Go ahead.
Why wouldn't they be in support of it?
The families?
The CAC?
So I think in general, CACs, there would be a desire for them to be able to, the students to attend more numbers of days and to have that support for childcare and education.
And one of the, just kind of with the history that Dr. Hedegaard is referring to, I think one of the challenges has been, you know, we're asking a lot of staff to work into their summer. They get compensated for it, but with our current school calendar, if we go 20 days, it pushes extended school year after 4th of July. When it's 15, we're able to end extended school year before. Getting staff to come back after 4th of July as they're deep into their summer recess, it's challenging. And it's an opportunity for us to respect their time and give them that time off as well. But I get it from a parent's perspective. More days would be nice, but we appreciate them taking that neutral stance as our bargaining unit support going with the 15 days.
Thank you.
Okay, then we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 14.1, extended school year.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken? Yes. Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, next 14.2, Nutrition Services Multi-Site Lead Job Description. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. What's before you is the job description for the Nutrition Services Multi-Site Lead. The fiscal implications to the organization would be on range 30, step 1, $24.84, through step 25, $33.79. So that would be the number of steps that someone could be eligible to be on, depending on their experience and range and years of service. This was successfully negotiated with CSA Chapter 239, and they ratified it at their January 29th, 2026 meeting. We're recommending approval.
Okay, questions or comments? No? Okay, I just think that this just, roll over from last meeting that this is great to see. So we would just need a motion then.
Move to approve item 14.2, Nutrition Services Multi-Site Lead Job Description, CSEA 239.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken? Yes. Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Item 14.3, CSEA 239, salary schedule. Mr. Norton.
Yes, this is a companion item to 14.2 for the multi-site lead job description. This now makes it a firm on our salary schedule for CACA 239. So in range 30, you will now see the nutrition services multi-site lead. I'm available for any questions the board have.
Okay. Questions or comments on the salary schedules? If not, we would just need a motion.
So moved.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken? Yes. Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Moving on, 14.4, updated MOU, Article 8, Employee Expenses and Materials. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening again, trustees. This particular item here is specific to adding 3 additional classifications into already existing language in the CSEA Chapter 239 contract under Article 8, Employee Expenses and Materials. It would add the classifications food service delivery warehouse person, equipment mechanic, and lead mechanic. The term of the agreement is through June 30th of 2027 or upon successful ratification of the 2026-2027 reopener negotiations. Fiscal implications have been included, and this is it essentially gives these individuals in those classifications the ability to access the footwear reimbursement that is already present within the contract, providing for submitting receipts 3 times each year in August, January, and May for a maximum cost of the district of $750. It's a $250 maximum reimbursement at each of those periods, and we would recommend approval.
Questions or comments? If not, then we would just need a motion.
I make a motion that we approve item 14.4, updated MOU, article, you got me, employee expenses and materials.
Second.
Okay. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 15, discussion items. Number 1 is the 26-27 January governor's budget proposal. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. For this discussion item, I'll be presenting an overview of the governor's 26-27 state budget proposal, specifically as it relates to K-12 education and the potential impacts on the district. This proposal marks the first step in the state's budget cycle, setting the stage for our local planning through the spring and into our final enacted budget in June. So there were some slides, there'll be some slides I don't go into as much detail, but essentially the governor's final budget proposal centers on his California for All Kids, which has spurred significant investments in pre-K environmental resilience and affordable housing. These initiatives, however, have been accompanied by mounting state deficits, and because of this, we are seeing a shift toward more complex and quote-unquote innovative budget approaches, such as funding delays and settle-up payments. We'll get more to that later as the state's looking to balance basically its books while maintaining these program expansions. The economy as a whole, so briefly on the surface, the economy remains strong with the preliminary U.S. GDP growth of over 4% and equities at all-time highs. However, as noted, there's an underlying caution. The governor's budget is balanced for the upcoming fiscal year, but projects a significant $22 billion deficit to the state budget in 27-28. And it is also important to note that these revenue projections assume that there is absolutely no economic recession or stock market downturn in any way, shape, or form. So the way that our state is funded is by the big 3 taxes. So you'll see those presented here, the personal income tax, corporate tax, and sales tax. In this chart, you see that the budget projections for revenue sources has changed since the enacted budget. The governor is now projecting these revenues will be $20.8 billion higher for 24-25 and 25-26. And then for the year 26-27 alone, is projecting $19 billion higher than what was previously estimated. I mean, all these things in normal times would be good things. It shows here with the minimum guarantee that Prop 98 minimum guarantee is the mandate that is there for the minimum funding level for schools is estimated to be $125.5 billion based on this governor's proposal. This is $7.7 billion higher than the LAO, the Legislative Analyst Office, from their November estimate. So just in a short period of time, this is just because the governor is really making a much more optimistic look at our personal income taxes going forward, which explains the big increase here. Of the new spend that is proposed in the governor's proposal, 70% is dedicated to core education and enrichment. Nearly 1/3 of available funding is being used to replenish the state's rainy day fund. The main takeaway, though, however, is what is most concerning is the $5.6 billion settlement payment. This represents 26% of what would be new education funding, and it essentially uses Prop 98 funds to address the state's fund deficit strategy. And so some of the risks that they come up with for schools specifically is declining enrollment, something we've discussed before here ourselves, deficit spending. So that's what we've seen throughout many LEAs, and ours has been included. And then Prop 98 settle up. And so I'll go to that here, what that means and what that looks like. So the reason they're calling it a settle up is the state had anticipated to appropriate X amount of dollars this year. Well, the revenues have gone up, so they should be appropriating more. And so what they're able to do is basically withhold those funds because, well, maybe those revenue estimates are not exactly what we think, so it delays what the potential funding could be to school districts until those revenues have become more finalized in the years out. But there's no real definition of when those funds have to then be paid. Plus, how it's normally done for the state to help make up this is through what's called a maintenance factor. And so it's basically where the legislature suspends Prop 98 and they, because they can't make budget, so they'll move the funds around. But when they withhold those funds that should go to Prop 98, there's interest gained on it. There's also a set timeline of when those funds need to be paid back. The settle-up doesn't have those same requirements. So even if the governor or the director of finance decide to delay it for years, there's no inflation or interest accrued on it. It's basically paying old money with new money at different rates. So basically it's not worth as much. So it does come with a hindrance to what could be to what should be money to the school districts now. I hope that helped explain it to some degree. It's a fun topic to discuss, but it is something that the governor has started to utilize as a tool to help balance the budget, which can have impacts on what our education funding sees. Okay, so there are a couple of tax initiatives that are coming up that do have some impacts on school districts here. So a couple that I wanted to bring up were Prop 3055. This basically is, it would be looking to extend Prop 30, and this is a tax on high-income earners, which provides roughly 5 to 15 billion annually to the state and goes right to the schools. It's currently set to run through 2030. And expire in 2031. So basically what this proposition will be coming up in the fall is to extend it basically indefinitely. So it'll continue on. The other one that's going to the ballot, or could be going to the ballot, is the billionaire tax, which primarily is targeting more so healthcare services to be funded off of it, with 90% of it being dedicated to that. But the additional 10% would go to K-14 education and food assistance. So I really want to put this one, though, more into the picture, the Prop 3055 extension and what that means to the district. So this, we've actually talked to it more so in prior meetings as the education protection account. It comes up in December every year. We talk about it. And these funds are actually targeted specifically at teachers and teachers' salaries. It is estimated this year from this kind of funding, we will see $782,000, almost $783,000 on the district side alone, and $227,000 on the county side. So a little over $1 million is impacted. If this were to expire in 2031, this funding would basically go away. Other things that came up as a part of the governor's budget here is the LCFF funding factor. So one thing we talk about a lot is the COLA. The updated COLA projection with the governor's proposal is 2.41%. And so you see the increases to the various funding levels throughout the LCFF funding factors. And so more specifically, what does this mean for ACUSD? And so you'll see last year, or this current fiscal year, we had a COLA of 2.3. That put our LCFF funding per average daily attendance at 13,039. Our projected funded ADA was 3,848. And so our estimated total funding this year for LCFF is just under 50 million. Next year with the 2.41% COLA, we'll see it grow to about 50, almost 51 million. Now, something to note with this is you do see the ADA figures, the 3,848, going down to 3,818. This is estimated at this point in time, but based on our current ADA figures, there's the chance and decent chance that this is what we'll be looking at. This would represent, instead of a 2.41% increase in actual revenue, only a 1.9% increase in actual revenue. Another thing to note, and I kind of left it here at the bottom in the comments, but when we had done the multi-year projection, it was under an assumption that the COLA would be about 2.51%. That was using the Legislative Analyst Office estimates at that time, which does impact our multi-year projection. So come second interim, you'll see a reduction in the LCFF revenue for the next year of 49,000 and the year after that of 377,000. So There is some new funding out there. So the governor has proposed $2.8 billion in the discretionary, in a new discretionary block grant. And whereas the governor does have specific targets with these funds, they are actually leaving it open to the schools to decide what they want to with the current trailer bill language that's out there right now. And so to put actual dollars to this, yes, it's $2.8 billion to the state. For our district, based on the current formula they've announced, we'd be at about 1.9 million, almost 2 million that we would receive next year with this, if this goes through. Then there's the extension, or at least the full funding of the 26-27, what now will be the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. This was a grant that got deferred a few years ago, and with now these increased revenues that have come in, they are going to finalize paying it off. This would equate to roughly about 362,000, almost 363,000 of additional revenue for the district next year. The community schools grant, there's also proposed $1 billion in new ongoing funding to expand the community schools model. This aims to support schools with high concentrations of low-income students, English learners, and foster youth. We're currently awaiting the trailer bill language on this to see if any of our sites could qualify for any of this new ongoing funds. Currently, we have only Plymouth Elementary that has some community school funding tied to it. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP. So this is a little bit of change in how the formula is calculated for how districts are funded for ELOP programs. What you'll note is in rate 2, there was a $2,000 figure that was for funding for anybody less than 75% unduplicated pupil. This year, it's projected to be $1,575 for UPP less than 55%. And then now next year, it's $1,800 for the less than 55. So the increase is nice. But the one thing to note that's really more significant than any of those numbers is that they're going to guarantee, or at least they're proposing to guarantee this number moving forward. The way it works currently is rate 1 is fully funded first, and so it makes sure that anybody who's in rate 1 and we are not gets the full allotment, and then rate 2 gets whatever is left over. And so whereas the goal was to have 1,575 per unduplicated pupil, there was not really a guarantee that could happen. It was their goal. So our budget was actually assigned to their initial estimate, which was 1,200 and something. So this will be a nice increase when we do our second interim for ELOP funding. And this guarantee would make things a lot better in terms of strategic planning for this program, just making it more guaranteed with a solid number that we know what we're working with when we start the year, as opposed to one that constantly fluctuates based on what could be left over.
Mr. Norton, I have a question.
Yeah.
The slide before.
Yes.
Right before you swapped to the other side, you had said that you're still determining if our schools can benefit from this, but you said Plymouth does.
But Plymouth
Why
already,
them and not others.
so they're the first ones that have qualified for it, and I think that had to do with their UPP percent was high enough that they were eligible. So the other schools that we have, whereas they do have rates that were initially eligible, they did not qualify for the funding had run out at that time. So this ongoing funding could mean new opportunities for some of our other schools.
Are we, okay, thank you.
Another exciting development is actually special education funding, and this is more so the equalization base rate that they are looking at doing. They note the $509 million to equalize the base rate. So the base rate is not the same throughout the state. There are different groups that have different amounts throughout the entire state. Ours last year was around 800 and, it was 800, I want to say 90 per ADA. But this next year, it's going to be 999. And so when we ran the calculations, if that does come to fruition, we would see an additional 350,126, which is significantly higher than the 2.41% COLA specifically geared at special education funding. So this is a nice win, and then it puts really all the district, counties, SELPAs all on the same playing field, which is nice. Another thing here that we still need more information on, and it actually has been something that was been brought up and actually started this last year, or this current year, is ELOP funds that could be used for attendance recovery. Attendance recovery is good. Obviously, that could help us gain some ADA, which helps our top line overall, and using this ELOP funding for it will be great. So the proposal is still to have this. The specific conditions for how this works are still getting flushed out and how we can go about managing it and maintaining it. But it does lead to a positive outlook for the future and what this could potentially mean to us. So lastly here, I wanted to kind of consolidate all those different pieces I talked about because I threw a lot of numbers out there, a lot of different grants and a lot of different funding. But realistically, come second interim, the only one that we're really going to utilize in our multi-year projection is going to be the 2.41% COLA. And the main reason for this is none of these other ones are guaranteed. The 2.41 is basically through, it's mandated by law, so that one basically is going to happen in some way, shape, or form. That 2.41 number could change, but it should be about right. And so this just kind of shows you that when we come to the May revision, we'll have more specific answers on this kind of funding. And so at that point, we'll evaluate if we should or should not be putting it into our actual budget development as we build 26-27. This was just to put on here for our financial projection dartboard. You'll see the new COLA updated, as well as other different funding sources and numbers that we utilize, as well as expenditure planning for the outlook years for CalSTRS, CalPERS, minimum wage, et cetera, which is tools that we use as we build out budgets, et cetera. And then this is just the road ahead kind of outlook. We are here in, well, now we're in February, but at the time of the governor's proposal was in January. So all the now legislature is going to look through the trailer bill language, and they're going to have their negotiations. But come May is really when we're going to dig into the governor's May revision, see how this really impacts our schools, and we'll be building budget off of that. In the meantime, we'll be planning for that time off the information we currently have available. And so that's what I have, and open for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions or comments on the budget? Buddy?
So, okay, we're going through here on page 13. You mentioned that that might lead to an additional 1.9 million in funding to us. And then so then we go down to page 19. These are all the expected increases in funding we may receive because of the governor's revisions in his budget?
Yeah, so it's the governor's proposal for next year's state budget.
Okay.
And so if all the things come to play, based on the estimates I have, based on their funding formulas, this should be what we would see in addition if everything comes to pass. The governor makes this proposal, but then the legislature, and they negotiate back and forth, and so things will change from what was proposed today. So how much it changes or what changes exactly, like right now it's discretionary funding for that 1.9, but they also may determine, well, now it's going to be specifically toward this, that, or the other. And so that will impact how we budget, how we plan, how we prepare. So that's where this is kind of a good summary of what an impact could look like to provide you some understanding of what this could mean for us. But it's not guaranteed at this point in time.
And historically, can the January proposal to the May revision, there have been significant changes at times. And so while there's some positives, we always pause. May revision typically is pretty close to what ends up in the enacted budget. But sometimes the January proposal is pretty far from what we see in the enacted budget. And so it's just, this is the information we have today, but just like Robert's saying, this is the best business practice for us when we're planning for next year, is that all that other money sounds nice, but it's not anywhere near guaranteed at this point, as we're months away from an actual enacted budget.
So this is really just roses that we shouldn't count on.
Correct.
Just as of today, this is what we could get, but May, we're probably not going to get.
And then May,
Well, we don't know.
well, you never know. It could
We
all
still
come
could.
to
No, it
fruition.
could.
Yeah.
But this is nothing that we can base anything.
Don't count on it yet.
And then the May revision, though, is the best information we'll have to then bring a budget to you as a board in June. The tricky part always for Robert and his team is we actually are required to have the board approve a budget prior to the state enacting the budget. And so May revision comes in just the nick of time to be able to use that data for our budget build. And so if any of these things remain in the May revision, that X would shift to being included in the 26-27 budget versus right now it won't be.
All right, thank you.
Other questions or comments on here?
I guess looking at it right now, I mean, the numbers have the same value as unicorn coins, so there's really no question that you can ask, so thank you.
Unicorns are cool.
I mean, I feel like I do this every time the budget proposals come up, and I just like sit here in complete astonishment that this is the way that this process works, that we have to enact a budget on numbers that don't actually exist and then hope that it all pans out. And if it doesn't, their first, line of defense is, oh, here, let's just cut the education funding. So I guess that brings me to my next question is, do we have people, we talk about that one slide at the very end where we talk about, okay, we go through all this stuff and then legislative leaders negotiate with the governor. Do we have anybody that's good at their job negotiating on the behalf of the school districts? For this? Because that's the only, I mean, truly we can sit here and complain about the budget all we want, but unless somebody that's actually competent goes there and negotiates on their behalf, nothing actually changes.
So I'm looking at Jeannie. This is one thing we always agree on, which is, there are not a lot of things we always agree on, is that education should get more funding. So CTA does a lot of advocacy work. Also, California County Superintendents, which I'm involved in, we do a lot of advocacy work. Last year, we all descended on the Capitol, which wasn't in the Capitol because they're doing that addition, so it was over in the annex. And we divided and conquered with groups of about 3 county superintendents meeting with a variety of state legislatures advocating for education funding, because this is some refer to as the jockeying period, right? From January to May on what things are going to stick. Robert also belongs to CASBO, which is the California Association of School Business Officials, and they also do a lot of advocacy for school business. We also belong to CSBA, and we do advocacy through them as well. So there are lots of ways to influence and advocate for education funding.
Okay.
That don't always happen, but we're going to keep advocating.
Right. I'm like, I feel like the squeaky wheel gets the cheese, and I'm ready to be annoying, I guess, if I must. The other question I had, and we go over this, we talk about this a lot, and I feel like I get mixed reviews on what this actually means, and I might still get mixed reviews on what this actually means. But when we talk about a COLA, it's a cost of living adjustment. My question is the COLA specifically set aside for only applicable to salaries and such, or do we get any, the district itself, when we talk about PG&E prices and things like that, all of those are going up. Do we get any money specifically set aside for the district itself as a whole to pay for all the extra expenses that are incurred with inflation, all the stuff? Or does that 2.41% COLA, is that just like, here's what you get, make it work?
If essentially the 2.41 is at the discretion then of the district. Once we have the LCFF funding, we can decide how we want to utilize that, whether that's for salaries, benefits, whether that's for utilities, as you pointed out. So it could go toward a lot of things, new curriculum, et cetera. So it is up to the district to decide. What's different with that top line figure than what you'll see with the 2 right immediately below it is the top one for the COLA is ongoing. Whereas what's scary about the next 2 is, hey, look, nice, but it's one time. And so that's the other thing to kind of look at some of these different pictures of what we have up here, is some of this is ongoing, some of it is just one time.
And also with the COLA, it does not take into account, as we've seen a slight decline in our enrollment, and how we're funded is average of the 3 prior years, prior year or current year, whichever is higher. So if we continue, and it's not a steep downward trend, but if we continue in a downward trend of enrollment, our funding won't necessarily go up 2.41%. It can be less than that because our overall number of students has gone down. And again, the title makes it appear like that's what it should be used for, but it does not take into consideration all those other external factors, like you mentioned, of other costs going up, nor the fact that we still remain woefully underfunded in special education. And often the COLA has to make up the difference for special education being so underfunded.
Yeah. And this slide here is a good representation of what Jared even just mentioned here, where you look at our projected funded ADA, it does go down slightly, but it does go down each of the next 3 years projected. Now, obviously, that could still change if we have more enrollment, more kids showing up to school with some of these attendance initiatives. But even though we see 2.41% there, in reality, this number is only 1.9.
Okay. Interesting.
Just to help me wrap my head around the COLA conversation, I appreciate Caleb bringing it up, because I've always struggled with it, especially when difficult times are in front of us at the dais and our amazing teachers are using the term COLA. Just to clarify, COLA is not just for our teachers and their cost of living, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any other are there any other questions or comments on this presentation? It's just discussion item. So, okay. We'll go ahead and move on. Item 15.2, mid-year LCAP report. Ms. Horn.
Good evening. So to kind of dovetail with that budget conversation, this is where we are. We are looking at the mid-year LCAP, so all of the budgeted LCAP initiatives that we started this year, our LCFF funding, where we are midway through. This is, again, just to remind everybody, this is a requirement by law because we want to be sure we're paying attention and not getting to the end of the LCAP year and have huge expenditures that have gone over what was budgeted. So this is just a checks and balances. The bottom of this slide and in your presentation is linked the current LCAP. We are at the end of this cycle. So we're in year 3 of that 3-year LCAP. We will begin rewriting the LCAP next year. That'll be our big project next year, and then we'll have another 3-year cycle for LCAP. All right. Just a quick reminder, we have 2 LCAP goals. Goal 1 is our academic-centered goals. All students will demonstrate growth toward meeting or exceeding standards in all academic subject areas, with accelerated learning growth for subgroups performing below standard in order to close achievement gaps as demonstrated through local formative assessments, summative assessments, which are CASP and curriculum-specific assessments, and additional local measures. To that end, our goal action highlights for Goal 1 this year, those additional local measures. You've heard us talk a lot about our Renaissance, the rollout of the Renaissance STAR Reading and STAR Math platform this year. That would be a direct connection to Goal 1. So we do have our K-12 Common Assessment platform. We do have Handwriting Without Tears now for all TK through 6th grade classrooms. We are now using we've done our initial administration of the K2 Reading Difficulty Screener. That was a state of California funded mandate that we went through the pilot last year, and this year was our first year of the initial administration of it. And we have additional CTE opportunities that have been added, and I just put in parentheses to remind everybody the exciting presentation we saw last time with the farm and that cooperative. School staffing and operations, we have instructional assistants in TK and K classrooms, elementary music teacher was hired, central instructional support, student success and CTE directors are providing direct support to school sites. In that, the way that looks right now is our 2 directors of both elementary and secondary have been on sites supporting leadership and teachers as need be. We have the MTSS leadership team continuing. Each school has a team comprised of their school administrator and a coach that is a teacher coach from that site. This year we're excited that we were able to add representation to our MTSS team from our special ed and extensive needs support classrooms. So they're working with us on our MLT. Another acronym stands for our MTSS leadership team. So it's an acronym that encompasses an acronym. Only in education would we have a shorter acronym for a longer acronym. So cost teams, we are continuing the cost team process. We are actually in a review period with cost and having really great conversations. You can see the things that are happening. I want to touch just a little bit on 1.4. In the last 2 weeks alone, Dr. Hedegaard and I have been leading multiple meetings with our principal leaders, our MLT. The level of academic, data-driven discussion that our leaders and our teachers are having right now is just off the charts. Like, I cannot tell you, as the director of the Educational Services Department, I could not be more excited. I completely geek out on the conversations. Both today we had an email chain going, hey, why do you think the data for Renaissance looks like this? Digging into the data and having the kinds of conversations that we were hoping putting that Renaissance, the common assessment, would start to have. This is what we're seeing. Why are we seeing it? Digging into the why and then adjusting. And that's what we're seeing. So I know it's not encompassed on this slide, but I couldn't let it pass without saying we have had some of the richest, most amazing discussions among our teachers and our principals in the last 2 weeks that are just fueling my hope that we're going to see great changes academically. Like, we will start seeing needles move. If they don't, it's not going to be lack of trying. These people are doing their hardest work and really digging in and asking the most amazing questions. So, kind of exciting. Goal 1, this is where we are with Goal 1. These are the total budget. So this is your LCAP budget in the kind of yellowy gold. And the green is where we are right now, mid-year expenditures. Keep in mind, some of these expenditures are beginning of the year, some are at the end. It depends on when the invoices come in. So we may have a budgeted amount there, and you'll see if it works like it's supposed to, we're about halfway through. But if it's front end heavy, for say some of the instructional technology, you'll see is pretty heavy because we pay for those at the beginning of the school year to have that contract for the entire school year. But we're on track. Some of the professional learning, you'll see that is invoiced as we go, or we get it invoiced at the end. So some of the ones that look a little bit low, it's just a matter of timing when those come in. Goal 2 is all students will show an increase in positive school engagement and connectiveness with staff, peers, and community, including demonstration and improvement in social, emotional, physical, and mental health. So our Goal 2 action highlights right now, again, we continue this year with our CPI verbal de-escalation training for school site staff. Raptor technology is being used. We are currently in the process, and we talked at the county meeting a little bit about the needs assessment and update of our comprehensive school safety plans and really bringing those together to work together with our local entities. We still have our work going with wellness and student supports and our family resource center. The attendance intervention, that digital campaign that we talked about during warrants, that's right here. Those things go out and celebrate the attendance of 95% or higher, and help encourage that and just kind of give a positive spin on it, because the mandated legal letters, we've talked about them before, we have letters that go out for attendance that are generated by the system. This is kind of if that one doesn't motivate, maybe this one will. So that kind of universal design for learning approach to attendance in our families. We still have APAC and DLAC, and just doing amazing work. And then you're familiar with our central expulsion coordinator and the work that he's been doing. And we have the our families in transition unit that helps with our foster and McKinney-Vento youth. Goal 2, here's where we stand right now, mid-year, what we've spent, what is been budgeted. And I know the one that jumps out is we've spent nothing on coordination of instruction for expelled youth. That's encompassed with salaries, so that's usually an end of the year. We look at the salary at the end of the year. So a lot of that goes towards the program that's at community schools. All right, and then attached to this presentation is the full report with our mid-year, where we stand mid-year with our LCAP goals. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments on the presentation?
On the attached report that goes with this, is there any areas that you find alarming or anything that is going in the wrong direction?
The one that stuck out the most to me was our reclassification of our EL. We had a steep decline, and we want to really take a look at what was it an anomaly, a bubble? Was it a number of kids thing? We really need to dig into that. But to give you a just off the cuff answer, that was the one that stuck out the most to me. Well, and to be honest, 1 out of 12 facilities scored good on our fit, but we had that conversation before when we talked about.
There was item metric number 1.14% of graduates who earn prepared for college career indicator. It shows that for 25, it's gone down another 5%. So I'm not, hopefully that's not a trend, but that was one that.
And remember, that one is computed I'll use a very technical term, wonky. So it doesn't, a lot of what our kids are doing, especially our kids with AP, dual enrollment, the way that they compute that one, there was a slide in that LCAP presentation I did that had this crazy big formula on it. That one tends to be a little rough because it doesn't take into account all of what the students are doing.
And so I guess my comment comes from looking at 23, 24, 25, and it looks like we've gone down. It looks like we made an improvement, and then it went minus even farther. So that was the one thing. But I know it's a lot. So thank you for putting that together.
So is that a minus sign? On 1.14? The class of 2024 overall, 31%. 2025 overall, 37.6. That's not an improvement. We've gone down.
Trying to find where you guys.
Page 5 of 19.
Page 8 of 19?
Page 5.
Yeah, maybe I'm reading it.
Yeah, because I'm
misreading
reading
it.
I was gonna say, I read it as we've gone up.
No, it's not a negative, it's a.
Okay, so we've improved 5%.
Dash.
So the number. Okay, well that's good.
That's
Thank you. That
You're
helps.
welcome. I was looking at 1.4, so I heard the 1 and the 4.
Okay. That
Thank
makes
you.
more sense. I was like, wait a minute, negative 30. All right.
Except page.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, those are just discussion items, so there's nothing to do but discuss them. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 16, our board policy updates. We do have a comment card on this topic. Ellen Davison.
Critchfield, board members, and
Hold on for
cabinet.
1 second, ma'am. My apologies.
Not me.
You're good.
I can go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Ellen Davison. I've lived in this community a little over 20 years, which, as many of you might know, makes me a complete newcomer. I have 2 grown children. I teach elementary music in 3 of our schools. And I also serve as chair of the ACTA Human Rights Committee. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of LGBTQ+ students, teachers, staff, administrators, and their families. In June 2025, you might remember a representative from the national organization Moms for Liberty was here, and she addressed you to ask that the CSBA policy updates be revised to reflect directives from the Trump administration. She falsely implied that federal government has authority over local school policy, and I was very pleased that the board went ahead and published those updates. I'm very happy that you realized that the state has authority in these matters. This same woman, when she was here, also, I was really alarmed. I heard her talking about men in girls' restrooms in our schools. She was talking about children. And it really upset me that she was portraying them as older and more threatening than they are. This is a tactic, it's called adultification, and it's often used in order to incite fear, hatred, and sometimes this can lead to violence. Since then, I have talked to some parents in our schools who have trans kids. They have told me that their children don't use the restroom at all when they're in school because they are afraid. Sorry, it chokes me up a little bit. And I was very upset to see that these adults, and I thought that there were going to be people here commenting on it today, and that's the reason why I'm here, because I was afraid they were going to be back using our children and speaking in this way about them. My mother was a public school teacher in North Carolina in the 1950s. And during that time, she told me stories, because obviously I was not alive in the 1950s, about the White Citizens Council and the coordinated efforts that they held to promote segregation in schools. Today, we have groups like Moms for Liberty who are coordinating similar campaigns across the country. May I have?
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is up.
Okay.
Can I move to give her additional time?
Second.
Okay, the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
You made a motion for additional time. Is it to finish her point, or would you like minutes and what specific?
Give her an additional minute.
One more minute?
A minute would be fine.
Is that okay with the board?
1 minute.
Thank you. So here in Amador, we have a tight-knit community, and while many of us may not see, I'm sure we don't see eye to eye on many things, I do think that most of us do believe in freedom, fairness, and the rule of law. And that is why I'm here. California law requires school districts to draft policies that are free from undue influence from advocacy groups. And I was concerned that they were going to be asking you tonight to single out LGBTQ students. You may get pressure from these groups to single them out. And that is not only ethically wrong, but it's unlawful and harmful to students. The Mahmoud versus Taylor ruling is actually a ruling about freedom of speech. And I believe that we should be following the Constitution, but it is not meant to exclude lived experiences of student groups, especially LGBTQ plus students and students of color. Thank you for your time, and thank you for helping our students.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started on the policies.
Yeah, thank you. We are in neck deep in our cadence of getting board policies approved. So we have them in two groups tonight, 16.1 A through B, which doesn't sound like much, but A and B each have a lot in them, or sorry, A through C. These are for approval. We had a first reading on all of these policies last board meeting. And so I'd like to focus on those first, and then we can get to 16.2, which is a first reading, and we do have some items on there that I think may warrant some discussion tonight. So any questions on any of the items in 16.1A through C.
Yes, on the item C, 6,000 series, work-based learning, and maybe this legislation just does not relate at all, but I didn't see it necessarily on the county side either, but granted that the timing is different, and whether this at all affects the work study programs or independent study programs for our special ed people like the adult transition program, or it's totally completely unrelated, that this work study information is strictly K-12 and does not make any connection to them.
I believe the latter is true. I'm going through my briefs right now, but I believe it had to do specifically with CTE and
What do you call it? Apprenticeships and things like that? Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And the crux of it had a lot to do with the notification of workers' rights, so giving the notification to the students when they get work permits.
Right. The responsibility of the
teachers
district to
and
communicate more clearly with, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this first set?
I have the same concerns regarding, what is the topic?
The safety.
The safety. Can never talk too much about safety in our school sites and our youth. Safety is paramount.
I took notes during the county meeting, so I have some follow-up with you.
Okay.
I can do on that.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with James. I know that we've talked a little bit about this before, like working on ways to kind of think outside the box. I know that our, sheriff's department, local police departments, they are also kind of in a similar boat with funding and a little bit stretched to the max with their resources as well, but kind of working together to get some outside the box ideas on how we can maybe make some of our safety plans a little bit more robust on our campuses. But other than that, I don't have any questions on here. We would just need a motion then for our first set of policies.
I have a quick question. So we can approve these board policies tonight. Are we able to, if something were to come up, to address certain sections again moving forward? Or is there only when they get revisions from CS? They're a living document that we can always address.
Yeah, I'm glad you're bringing this up, Ken. So absolutely, they're a living document. Our cadence is based on the CSBA recommendations, which is normally prompted by one of two things, primarily changes in state law or court cases. Like in our first reading tonight, there's a Supreme Court case, Mahmoud versus Taylor, that's impacting a couple of these policies. That's typically what happens. Also, we've had some as well where there haven't been updates for years, and it's just a refreshing as well. So most of that is prompted by CSBA. However, we do have a process that if you can either bring it up at a board meeting or email Kayla as the board president to say, hey, I've been made aware of something, and now I think we should revisit this board policy, and then we could bring that back at any time to review. Yeah.
Okay, so we would just need a motion for the first set of policies.
I move that we approve item 16.1, A, B, and C.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, now on to 16.2. I am going to ask Mrs. Horn to give a quick overview. We have a couple of board policies in this first reading that are garnering attention, so I think it's important that we don't gloss over them. Again, I referenced the Mahmoud versus Taylor, so if Ms. Horn, if you could give an overview of those two policies in particular, and then obviously we can talk about any of the ones on here tonight as well.
Great, thank you. So I'll take your attention first to Board Policy 5020, Parents' Rights and Responsibilities. As mentioned previously, this is the response to the court decision of Mahmoud versus Taylor, which did enact changes to the California Educational Code. And so parts of that, you'll see there's sub-notifications, but it's just calling out the changes that need to be made in our board policy to be in alignment with both federal and state mandates and regulations. Questions on that one before I go on?
Can you repeat that? Sorry. Just try to process it.
Sure. So this is the parents' rights and responsibilities. This is that response to the Mahmood versus Taylor Supreme Court ruling that has changed. So we're beholden to both federal regulations and state regulations. And when this was brought up about a year ago, as referenced, at that point, it was still just federal. So it takes time to work its way into the California Educational Code. When it does, we have to adjust our board policies to reflect the changes in our code. And the board policy 5020 focuses on the parents' rights and the responsibility of the school district to disclose or share with parents ahead of time the courses of study, and we'll get into course of study in the next one, what's going to be discussed in class, and if parents have any objection to that, they have the ability to opt out and get another assignment assigned to their students so they wouldn't be in class during discussions of the prohibited district. We're prohibited as a district from including any of the named things on this list without disclosing that to parents ahead of time.
Is it strictly for elementary school students? Because that word seems to be there in the board policy that's for elementary school students.
This policy tends to be more heavily focused on elementary. When you'll see the next one, the course of study kind of is more encompassing. The Mahmood versus Taylor is not specific for just elementary.
Well, okay, but in the language right here, it says held that First Amendment as part of elementary school instruction. It seems to be just focused on them.
This one is the parent notification one. For 5020, it's different when we get to the next one.
I have a concern / question. I'm not going to ever pretend like I'm an attorney, nor am I going to ever pretend that I'm a professional on any case law. Have I read many things in this agenda item? I have. I feel that quoting case law doesn't necessarily help us because I don't know exactly what that means and what that allows us, what that restricts us, you know what I mean? Can you help us better understand that, or am I the only one that feels that way? And I'm okay with that.
Are you asking about like what did the
What does that do? What does that help us do? What does that help us not do? What is that?
So page 54, I'll jump in here. So page 54 on the document, it's the second to last paragraph, right? This is the part of the result of this case. State law requires districts to provide parents, guardians notice and...
Page 54 of what? Sorry,
I'm on the attachment.
Yeah.
The first attachment for board policy 5020.
Right.
Okay.
So you're on the supporting or the policies?
I'm on the first listed attachment, supporting document.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So near the bottom, it's the second to last paragraph. It's short. State law requires districts to provide parents and guardians two things: notice and the opportunity to opt their students out of certain instruction, in some instances only based on religious beliefs, and in other instances for any basis. Okay. And so that's the result of this, and this had to do, the Mahmood versus Taylor case had to do with an LGBTQ plus storybooks being used at an elementary school, which is why elementary gets highlighted here. And so when it comes to that particular topic, it has to be based on religious beliefs. Other topics, and like the example they give, sexual health, a parent can opt out for any basis. Okay, and so we have a process for opting out. We have a process for notifying parents, and then this just requires us to make sure that all of our staff are aware that they have to provide notice and that opportunity for the opt-out.
So this is allowing parents to have rights in and decisions in what their children are going to be educated on or with?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm sorry, sir, can you please keep it down? Thank you. I'm trying to understand that if we go into a course of like reading, writing, and arithmetic, like, so if a parent is not comfortable with something in a curriculum and it's vital, like math, and we opt out our child to learn math, what do we do then?
So my understanding, at this point, I would want to defer to our legal counsel, but my understanding of the way the law is written is it has to be the specific topic, not the general. You can't say, I don't want any math instruction.
Yeah, I'm opting out of everything.
You can't,
It's got to be.
you would be able, parents would be able to say, I'm opting my student out of this portion of the math instruction because I disagree with that. I can't even think of a math example. So the best example I could think of would be something in the literature or social
Okay,
studies.
sure.
That this particular topic violates our sincerely held is the legal term they use in this, sincerely held religious beliefs. I would like my student to get a different or an alternative activity in place of whatever's being taught on this section. They couldn't say, I disagree with social studies altogether, and my student, that's not what this is allowing for.
You'd said that you would like to, I don't remember the word that you used, but consult, that's not the word, you used a different one, legal counsel?
There's certain things with this that I would definitely talk to our legal counsel on because this is such a new ruling and changing, and it's very specific to certain topics and very specific to the way parents have the right to exercise this. So to be sure that I was doing due diligence, I would want to make sure I completely understood and had the right counsel so I could say, yes, this is how you do it, or no, this wouldn't be how we do it.
So you have consulted legal counsel, or do you think the board should consult legal counsel to be better educated on this?
So these were written with CSBA's legal counsel, right? So we have legal counsel input directly from CSBA. What Patty and I had discussed was, as this gets enacted, any policy can look good on a piece of paper.
For sure.
Right? And then someone comes in and either challenges the policy or has questions about it, right? As this
make a living on it.
Yeah, exactly. As this gets implemented, there may come times where we have to consult legal counsel at the beginning stages to just hone our policy to make sure we're following state law and this policy that's laid out.
Following state law. So I believe it was mentioned earlier, the discrepancy between state and federal. So what do we do with that, if that's even the case?
Well, that's where my understanding, again, I'm not an attorney, so maybe I'm not wording this correctly, but that's where a Supreme Court case takes effect, right? That impacts the states.
Which has happened, or we're still waiting?
No, the Mahmoud Taylor case is done. That's the result.
And
This is
that's
the
what-
result of the Mahmoud Taylor case.
And the result allows parents to opt out if they feel so.
Yes. But
So the
again,
result-
Right.
to make it clear, it requires us to provide parents notice as well, so that parents know clearly what they're requesting to opt out of.
And what does that look like? What are we notifying parents? Hey, by the way,
I was
this
reviewing,
is in our math curriculum.
I was reviewing something like this from one of our healthy living teachers, where they were coming up upon the section for sexual health, and we've worked and honed these for years, and a parent notification goes home saying over the course of the next couple of weeks, we will be discussing these topics, notifying parents that those will be discussed in class, giving the parents the opportunity to then opt out. That teacher has prepared alternative curriculum and an alternative location for those students if the parents choose to opt their student out of that portion of the course. They don't opt out of the entire course, but then we give them notice when those weeks are discussing those particular topics.
As a board member, is it fair to, well, I don't even know if that's even the right way to say it. As a board member, I feel like situations like this, okay, this case law has given parents the opportunity to opt out at their choice. And as a board member, I just always want to make sure that I'm doing my best for all students. And I appreciate you guys slowly walking me through this.
This is a big topic.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, and it highlights
People
why
make
it's
a living with
well,
litigation.
and it also highlights why it's important we do first readings and then approvals of board policy. So we're not looking at it tonight and then asking you to vote on it as well.
Right.
Right.
So I don't know. From what I've read through this, and from what my understanding is that this has kind of somehow tried to balance the state requirements and the federal law that just came down from the Supreme Court, in that we are required to teach. This California mandates the district to teach certain topics. However, that we now must, I mean, people have always been able to opt out of certain things, but now we must provide parents and guardians notice and the opportunity to opt out of these topics if they don't want their child to be part of that. I think for me, I'm a large advocate of parent rights, just in general. I think that the important part is that we have a really streamlined way to notify and allow parents that opportunity to do so. So I guess with this is that this comes more work for our district and just being diligent with our teachers and things like that on being able to provide those notices to parents.
That goes back
Before.
to James. I'll steal what you say frequently, right? The what and the how, right? Like this is the what, and then that's Patty and her teams will figure out how this gets executed and implemented.
I appreciate that. I will never pretend like I'm a expert at anything. I know there's many people that think they're experts at numerous topics, and it's amazingly entertaining to me. But I'm never going to pretend to be that.
Yeah.
So, especially when it comes to our kids.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I guess I had one more question on here, and this, you might not even know the answer, but it says that it's emphasized that the question of whether certain instructional content substantially interferes with the religious development of a student will always be fact intensive. What does that mean? Do you need to provide a baptismal certificate in order for a kid to be opted out? I'm just curious, how are we going to determine whether or not that student is in fact religious or not? I mean, I think personally, I know my stance on that. That's fine. But what is going? These are just things that I feel like are going to have to be worked through, or
That's a perfect example of one that we would seek legal counsel on, because that term came from the Supreme Court finding.
Right.
And came down, as you saw it, through the CSBA, and I feel like it's one that nobody actually understands quite yet.
Yeah, fact intensive, you're going to log your church going presence on
Can I
Sunday?
make a comment on all of this, if that's
Sure.
okay?
Go.
This is part of the one you mentioned with the instructional content, the 6,000 series. And of the handout there, under the parental notification opt-out section on page 124 of that content, this is the huge block of new red text. I personally, as an English teacher who believes strongly that students do need to be exposed to diverse voices, that it does say this, that we are required to teach certain instructional content. For example, Ed Code 51204.5 requires instruction in social sciences to include a study of the role and contributions of specified groups of people to the economic, political, and social development of not only California, but the United States, and includes people of all genders, Native Americans, African Americans, Latino Americans, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, European Americans, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning Americans, and members of other ethnic, cultural, religious, and socioeconomic status groups. And it's the next couple lines I think that are really important, okay? Now, I know that this mentions social studies, right? But again, as an English teacher, it does say this: additionally, pursuant to Ed Code 243 and 51501, the governing board may not prohibit the continued use of appropriately adopted textbook, instructional material, or curriculum on the basis that it contains inclusive or diverse perspectives. For example, even though I've been teaching English for 28 years, it took a friend of mine and a fellow English teacher who happens to be gay to point out the blatantly obvious, if you wish to call them homosexual or homoerotic moments in The Great Gatsby, where it's, if you bother to read it closely, you realize that the narrator of the whole book, Carraway, one of the reasons he thinks Gatsby is so great is because he's in love with him. Okay? So when it gets into the due diligence, whatever, I think that's a lot of legal protection to say that it protects the school district from being sued or things like that, I think is the main intent behind it. Because when we've gone through the appropriate process of adopting curriculum and books like Gatsby, for example, that have been used in public schools for, since they were published way back in the day, it's to protect us and to protect educators' rights to share good instructional content that doesn't necessarily have to be opted out of because it's not explicitly based on, health and reproduction and whatnot.
Just really quickly, we
Yes.
just need to extend time.
Do we? Okay. Well, I would like to motion to extend time so I can finish my mini rant.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, we'll say 30 minutes. Okay, motion on the table. Peter?
Yes.
Ken? Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Continue your rant.
So anyway, to try to wrap up and get to the point, there's this other guy that's kind of famous, kind of important that people might know who've heard his name before. He's called Shakespeare. And a huge amount of that body of work compels students to see things from different perspectives that can create greater empathy for people who are different from ourselves. It also provides opportunity, and although some of you might hate it, because after all, Romeo and Juliet, for example, is one of the most, shall we say, overused, over-celebrated, badly produced, whatever you want to look at it, right, pieces of fiction out there. Well, it happens to be part of, in Manteca Unified, the HMH Ed adopted textbook, where the whole play, all 100 pages of it, is in the textbook. And we get to annotate that thing, and we watch different performances and whatnot. And yes, in a lot of ways, it's a stupid story. Anybody that thinks you should kill yourself, and that's a solution to life, because, oh my gosh, I can't be with him, is just really, really dumb. But that's the point, is that we allow students to be confronted by some characters or other people, not just their contributions, but the choices they made historically, whatever, so they can think, not to oversimplify, but if we fail to study history, we're doomed to repeat the bad mistakes of our, ancestors and whatnot. So personally, I think it's good that, yes, states' rights, 10th Amendment, we are the focus of education, and that's great. You don't want to be educated in California, move. And furthermore, that we do have some of the protections in the language in case we do get sued because, oh gee, I failed to tell parents that, spoiler alert, just like it says in the first few lines of the poem, or the play rather, they kill themselves at the end. So in case you're worried or didn't know, Romeo and Juliet kill themselves. So I don't know if it's a complete waste of time for everybody, but I think we're okay with the language as is, and I think we can trust how carefully CSBA is threading the needle.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that the language in here is geared towards Romeo and Juliet. That's just not the way I'm reading
It's
this.
just,
in any
I just mean
capacity.
the point of just adopted, previously adopted, appropriately processed,
Sure,
whatever
sure.
content.
Right. But I think it's really important to note, though, that in this, it does give specific rights to parents to opt their children out. Whether the textbook was previously adopted or not, they can still opt out of content that they don't agree with. And you might think that that's great for your children to learn whatever it is, but a parent does have the right to say, yeah, I don't want that for my kid. They do have that right. So that's fine, and I don't disagree with keeping the textbook. That's fine, and as James said before, I don't think that you should be able to opt out of an entire math book because there's one page of something you don't agree with. But I do think that this is important, that it does provide parents with that notice, and that our district does do its due diligence, not just a CYA kind of moment for these things, that we actually do provide those things for parents.
I just want to throw in there, I didn't think you were, I think you guys are both saying the same thing.
Maybe we are.
You're just giving an example.
I'm just trying to explain.
I got lost in the theatrics.
I was okay. I'm sorry. Yes, I went on too far. I'm just trying to point out that I don't think we need to worry about whether someone has, 42% church attendance or something.
Right,
But all of that is simply
that does say that in there.
Okay, it's just focused on the language is there so that the district is protected and parents are protected, and that we can keep doing this thing called education.
Sure. And I don't foresee our district, going down the rabbit hole, if I will say, of saying, can I please see your church attendance in order to opt somebody out of on a religious basis. However, there could be districts in this state that potentially might do that because they think that every student should be educated the same way. And that's just where I stand on that topic.
So if this board policy is approved next board meeting, it would then require Patty and her team to go through the process of the how and putting together what that exactly looks like for our district and how it will be implemented and how our teachers will need to notify and how our parents will have their process of opting out. And that's, sometimes when a board policy is passed, we're pretty business as usual the next day. These board policies, if they're passed, essentially just created a lot of work for the Educational Services Department, which is part of, Patty knows this, what she signed up for, right? And so this is, I think it's good, rich discussion, but again, like that is a lot of this is the how we're going to implement this. And all of your questions are valid, I get that, but we really, there's gonna be more digging we have to do to get the how dialed in a way where it's practical, right? We can't set the system up in a way where teachers and or parents are using this and saying, you're not following it, right? I can see the way this is written, you could have people on either side of the opinion on this use this to try to influence how we implement it. And so it's a heavy lift. There's no doubt about it. We have a lot more work to do, but part of our charge is to let the board pass a policy first, and then we will dig into the how, if that makes sense.
I just would like to throw in that
You have to have
I think part of the
a comment card to our communications specialist, Haley, right here. Thank you.
I think part of the kind of the cloudy view is when you have something that calls out fact intensive, and religion's basically a belief, so you're making beliefs factual, and I think that's what causes people to say, okay, how is that factual? But I also read that as this is outlining that the district is not going to ignore parents' rights. The district is going to give the parents the rights, but still follow the curriculum. So I know it's a slippery slope at times, but I'm not taking this as, the district is going to indoctrinate anyone or say, this is the way you're going to teach the kids. Parents have the rights to make sure that their children follow whatever their beliefs are and also still get their education. So I think that's what kind of causes it's kind of cloudy, but anyway.
I think it also has to do with the idea here that this particular topic they have to cite religious objections versus certain areas they can opt out on any basis. And so it's not necessarily that we're doing, like you were saying, a baptismal certificate
Yeah.
or those types of, but they're citing that it's in conflict with their religious beliefs. Okay.
Okay, we do have a public comment, Ms. Tyler. And then you have 3 minutes once you're ready to start.
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Stacy Tyler, and I am a part of Moms for Liberty. And I wanted to thank all of the board members for treating this matter so seriously. I really appreciate the comments of Board Member Marzano and also of Board Member Parker. I know that you are raising topics that are not comfortable for other people, and a lot of people will give a lot of pushback for that. Board Member Gale, I don't know if you are aware of it or if you can even perceive of how incredibly condescending your remarks appear to parents like myself, because you are telling us that what we're doing is kind of silly, really. And so, for example, when I came up here and decided to speak, there were a number of parents in the background who jeered and made fun of the fact that I was coming to speak today. That's really unfortunate, because I want all of you parents out there who are listening to know that you're not alone, and that if you feel that some of these things that are being taught in your school are not appropriate and you're uncomfortable with them, you don't have to be afraid to challenge them. When a board member like Mr. Gale condescends and makes it seem silly that you're contradicting it and makes you feel foolish or makes you feel behind the times or something like that for saying that I'm not comfortable with it, it's wrong. You as a parent are the primary educator of your children, and you have every right to say that what they are teaching is something you are uncomfortable with. And that's why we have elected representatives up here to speak on your behalf. Board Member Crow, I really appreciate the fact that you try to, as much as possible, thread the needle, and you try to, I believe, hear both sides and treat both sides with respect. That's really important, because we may come from different sides of the political spectrum, but if we don't treat each other with condescension, as Mr. Gale is looking at me right now, but instead we treat each other with respect and decency and say, I may not agree with you, but I can respect your opinion, I respect the perspective you're coming from. So I think it's critically important that we review this and that it's taken very seriously. I also appreciate the comments of Mr. Critchfield. And I am aware that this is one of those things where we're asking people to say that they have a religious objection, essentially, to the particular thing that's being offered. And there's an important reason for that. I think it should be much broader. I don't think folks should have to state a religious objection to it, but I understand the reason for which they're doing that. And I think it does pose some significant problems, because how are you going to establish that? And it's important that it be reviewed again and that it be refined. So thank you very much for your time. Again, Mr. Marzano, thank you for your courage. Ms. Parker, thank you for your courage. Mr. Gale, I hope that you will consider the effect that you are having on parents like myself and other parents out there. And I see you looking at me with disdain, and other folks cannot see that, but it's really unfortunate, because I'm able to get up here and speak, but a lot of parents who are out there, the silent majority, who can't.
Ma'am, thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Our last comment card is Patricia Angija.
I'd like to say something. I 1,000% appreciate what's happening right now, very much. But I also would like to express what I don't appreciate, because our students watch this on YouTube. And when they hear outbursts and hear of people in the community that were at meetings and talk about it, and as long as we stay professional and respectful amongst each other, we can have this conversation. So I'd appreciate nothing but kindness and respect as this conversation goes down. Thank you. Hold on one second, sorry. I'm very slow at this time.
You're fine. You're the new Mayor Maida.
Go ahead. No, I am not. Go ahead.
Patricia Angija, I am an actual parent of children in this school district at Ione Elementary. I have never found anything that Mr. Gale says as condescending He is an educator, and I'm sorry that she disparaged your character in that manner. That was absolutely horrendous. I've never seen this person here at board meetings. I honestly think if you want to be involved, you should be more involved in more topics than whatever agenda you're trying to push. When does it stop? Martin Niemöller. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I mean, it goes back to the White Citizens Council and hatred and everything of that matter. And so we're teaching different family structures. You have the opportunity to opt out. You have the opportunity to homeschool your children if you don't agree with a lot of the things that a public educational system is required to provide. You have those options. So if you don't like it, take those options. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on. Is there any more discussion on the first reading of these policies?
I just want to highlight it's a rarity. I'm going to totally change gears here, maybe cut the tension a little bit. We're deleting a board policy. That's rare.
Yes.
That's what we're proposing. So it might read oddly to you, but the last policy here on item 2B, part 3, 6146.2 is a first reading of a deletion of a board policy. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. With that, was just first reading. We don't need to vote on that. I appreciate the dialogue. We're going to move on to item 17, reports. Mr. Critchfield.
Yeah, I just want to mention a few things tonight. As it's been a long night, I'll be brief. First, I want to acknowledge our student board members, Claire and Peyton. They are extremely busy, and I know no one's judging them, but they have really good attendance at these meetings, but they're very high-achieving students who do a lot of extracurriculars. So I just want to acknowledge both of them, thank them, and recognize that they had busy schedules tonight, and that's why they did not attend. I also want to thank the board, the approval on the consent agenda, our new transportation director, Sarah Lemke. I know questions rose up that are personnel-related in nature. I just want to say this, she was fully vetted. We have a lot of confidence, and she has a great track record as a transportation director, and I have high hopes for her and welcome her. At the beginning of March will be her start date. And then the last thing I want to highlight is my attendance a couple weeks ago at the reclassification event. We had several students reclassify from English learners to being English proficient. And Joe Horacek, our three elementary principals who are at our three smallest elementary schools have other duties that are more district office related. And so Joe is responsible for the DLAC, which has to do with our English learners and our English proficiency and all that. So he ran the event. Our bilingual liaisons were there, and it was their Super Bowl, right? I mean, they put all this work in to help these kids become English proficient and do a phenomenal job with it. And I just want to commend that staff. It was a really fun event to attend. I'm incredibly biased because I'm a fluent Spanish speaker, so I loved that it was a bilingual meeting, so some of those parents who are still working on their English proficiency also could understand. But watching kids of all grade levels reclassify as English proficient just shows the work that our staff did with them so that those students can be more successful in our K-12 system, with obviously the primary language being English. And so I just want to do a shout out to Mr. Horacek and all of the bilingual liaison staff for the work they're doing for our students.
Okay, that's awesome. Peter, go ahead.
I am grateful that once again, Haley, you've scheduled some additional rounds of the boardwalks. I think that's a very good thing and a very healthy thing, and certainly a pleasure to take off work. Not that I ever like missing class, but to take off work to go and visit our campuses here locally is I think, an absolute privilege. And it's fun that, different board members participate, or different cabinet members, I should say, participate. And it's not, no offense, Mr. Critchfield, but it's not always you. Sometimes you get to hang out with some
None
good
taken.
people. And so that's definitely a nice thing I'm looking forward to. I am also very pleased that we do have this, not sure what quite the right term is, but as stated, that we hold our meetings in public, and that you do have the rights to speak up and say what you want. I am an absolute huge believer in the First Amendment, and I do think that the board policy, despite being controversial, does try to balance both competing needs. That we can teach what is mandated by law, but the parents can opt out, and that's great, because that's a very healthy thing. And certainly, we can't have an effective society if we don't talk to each other, especially when we don't agree. So I think for the most part, despite when it might get occasionally a little, energetic in here, that we do have a healthy culture and atmosphere of listening to people, and of also getting to speak what we think is right and true. So I do think that diverse perspectives matter, and that if we refuse to listen, then yes, people can be silenced. And although I don't believe silence itself is a violent act, but when we decide that people aren't worth listening to, that can lead to violence. Once we label something as bad, that can be the excuse for violence to come afterward, which is something that should definitely be avoided. So it is a privilege to serve as best I can. Sometimes members of the public don't agree, and that's fine. If you don't like how I'm doing, well, don't vote to reelect me. Thank you for your time.
So I think I would mimic Peter and both things he touched on. I'm looking forward to the site visits that are coming up. And I'm also, I guess I can't wrap my head around what the big issue is here. If we're giving parents the opportunity to opt out of certain topics they might not want their children exposed to, I don't see the issue with that. The only other option would be to not let the rest of the students be educated or hear about that history. So that I just can't wrap my head around that. We're going to give parents an option to opt out if they don't want this material presented to their children. And that is 100% based on what the parent wants and not necessarily what the student wants, which makes no sense to me. So I was going to suggest that I don't know if we could have, and it's, just approve those amendments now so we can get started on the process. It's only 2 weeks till the next board meeting, so I didn't bring it up. But I absolutely see no harm in the fact that not a majority, but certain parents can opt their children out of topics they don't want, but they can't take that learning experience away from the other students. So, and I think that's all these bylaws are doing. And like Superintendent Critchfield said, it's going to be a lot of work for Patty and her team. I'm sure it'll get done well. I don't know, through reading what I read through, whether or not, I know James mentioned, opting out of math. It seems to me that it's only going to be really concerned about topics within social studies. Maybe I'm missing the boat on that, but I am looking forward to getting this, more discussion at the next meeting and then starting to move forward with what we need to do.
Okay. Shane?
Wow, hot topic. I guess my sense is the controversy is that the underlying theme to this controversy is hate. And it's troubling that these days that's still prevalent in the world. And you know, as a board, as parents, we are here to provide a safe environment for their kids, no matter what their skin color, their background, their if they're athletic, if they're not, whatever. No matter what, kids need to be safe. And I look forward to the next meeting. And again, I feel, or I want to give anyone that feels the need to reach out, feel free to contact me. Thank you.
James?
Yeah, hate, such an ugly word, nasty word. I feel the opt-out is great. Period. That's my only concern was, and I guess that's not what we do. The how is what they do. I just don't want to see our students lose important, what is it called, instruction on whatever reading, writing, arithmetic, whatever topic it is. I just don't want them to lose that much needed instruction because, as we've already seen, we suck with our test scores. And I personally feel only my children, I'm only going to speak for my children, we haven't prepared our students good enough for college, career, or whatever they're going to do. I'm not speaking for anybody else. So I just do not want any students to lose important instruction with this opt-out situation. Again, I'm never going to pretend like I'm an expert at anything. I know there's plenty jailhouse lawyers, if you know what that term means. With all that being said, I would like to applaud and praise the Argonaut girls cheer team for making it to Orlando, Florida. The community, as always, no matter what they are or what their beliefs are, got behind these girls, as they do with all the kids in the community, got them to Florida, fundraising, etc. The girls placed fourth in the nation at what they do. I'm not gonna even pretend like I know all the divisions and sections and all that stuff. I'm not. My daughter tells me, and I listen to everything she tells me. Yeah, big congratulations to them. Right. Well, actually, Amanda tells me everything. It's a very, it's going to be a very good year, like we said, like we started when we had the first meeting in 2026. So I think that was all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing is that we're able to have conversations, whether you agree with anything I say or agree with everything I say. I know that there's people that do not like me, and that's fine. But I think my biggest issue, I think, with some of the conversation is that the belief that because somebody doesn't agree with something that you agree with, that you hate them, or you hate these people, or you hate, and that is not the truth. And so I think that's what bothers me the most about the conversation, is that simply because somebody has a different belief than you, that you hate them. And that is not true. That is not true at all. And I'm sure I'm going to get head shakes and whatever, but that's fine. I think that's the part that bothers me the most. I fully support being able to have disagreements, difference of opinion, difference of anything that you want to be who you want to be. But that doesn't mean that everybody has to believe that way. And it also doesn't mean that they hate you either. One thing that was mentioned earlier that I did look up because it was on my feed, A few days ago, we did have a student pass away, Logan Wilkerson, from my own. Very, very tragic, but there is a page. It's called tough2gether.givecloud, and so that is where you can go and donate to his services and things like that. So I just wanted to, if anybody needs that, I'll be happy to email it to you or send it to you also. With that, we will go ahead and close out the meeting. Our next meeting is in 2 weeks on the 18th. Open session or closed session follows immediately after our county meeting, which goes first now, and then open session starts at 7 o'clock. And we are adjourned.